answers. And you know.
Each had multiple stab wounds. Some had defensive wounds, showing they fought with the attacker. And there was no sexual assault. County Coroner Kathy Mabbutt is describing the murders as personal.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to WotC Obsession live stream and chat. I'm so glad you guys are here. Welcome to everybody who's in the live chat. Come on in, get comfortable. Thank you so much, moderators, for being here. You guys are the absolute best. And to everybody watching the replay crew, we love you too. And leave a comment down below because we all want to know what you think. I definitely do. That's for sure. So thank you guys all for being here. And we are going to talk about a number of things during the live stream this evening, focusing mostly on the best information that I have to give you about the Idaho case, that some things that we've talked about throughout it's been almost a year and a half now since this horrible, horrible tragedy happens. And we always on this channel pray for justice for the victims and for a greater sense of peace and just sanity every day in the lives of the victims' families. I can't even imagine how horrible. First, unfortunately, I just have to address one thing. There's always a lot of drama out there in the YouTube sphere, and I'm so sorry if you were adverse to hearing about it. I don't like to hear about it very much either, but my friend, the creator of Justice A through Z, brought to my attention that somebody had made a really actually nasty video about me concerning the y'all know probably that I've been in touch with two students from the University of Idaho who are friends, were friends. So it's hard to change that tense from present to past, right? With Ethan Chapin in life, and they cherish their memories with him. And, you know, I very, very, hi, Desired. I'm so happy you're here. I haven't seen you in a long time. Midge Elkins and Joan Bradley, all of you guys, hello, welcome. And I very selectively have talked about things that I've discussed with them, always based on conversations I've had with them, agreements we've made, and consultation from my counsel and their counsel, who are separate. It's all done very responsibly and thoughtfully and with a very high level of discrimination from myself. So I'm just going to play you a little part of a video that I put out today because I felt like I had to just speak against this because the information that this person was putting out was wrong, and also calling into question my professional ethics and sense of accountability, which is very important to me, both in my career job and as a YouTube creator. So just bear with me for a couple of minutes. and it actually relates to what we're going to be talking through tonight. Hi, thank you so much for Justice A through Z, who chimes in saying, the content creator is off their rocker. You know, I was saying to her before I watched this video, oh, that stuff doesn't get to me anymore. I've been doing this for long enough. It's going to be 3 years this month, actually. So thank you guys for, you know, coming on board recently, or some of you have been with me since the beginning, like Joan and Desiree and Midge, nearly the beginning. And thank you so much. I appreciate all of you guys. But I just really need to clear this up because it calls into question some legal issues in this person's assertion. And please don't even say the channel name in chat if you know who it is. I don't even want to give that person views. Is that, you know, my interacting with these people in the person she identifies completely wrongly is somehow interfering with justice. The idea of that just breaks my heart. So please bear with me through this.
A through Z, definitely go check out that channel. She's great.
Let me go back to the beginning so I can plug Justice A through Z again.
Thanks to my dear friend, the creator of the channel, Justice A through Z. Definitely go check out that channel. She's great. I learned that another channel called into question my integrity and professionalism, saying that one of the students who I have been talking to about a number of things and things having to do with this case ever since this case happened. I started talking to them very shortly after this tragedy occurred. She's saying that one of those students, and both of them are fraternity members of Ethan Chapin, that one of those Sigma Chi members is Hunter Johnson. And she's saying that this is problematic because Hunter Johnson is the person who found the body, sadly, of Ethan Chapin and his girlfriend, Xana Kernodle, and that my talking to him and talking about things that he has to say is interfering with justice. Well, I am here to just set the record clear for everybody involved that Hunter Johnson is not one of the students that I have been talking to. In fact, I have never talked to him. And in fact, Hunter Johnson is not a member of the Sigma Chi fraternity. Just going to show that everything that this person had to say is total bogus. So let's listen to Hunter Johnson's own words at the memorial for Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kelly Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan. Making such false and inaccurate statements is absolutely reckless, let alone unprofessional. Shame on you.
Hello. My name's Hunter Johnson. Me and Ethan became best friends over the last year and a half we spent at the U of I. And since we became such good friends, I feel honored and privileged to even be able to share who he was to everyone here. I met Ethan during Fall Rush of last year. And if you don't know what Rush looks like for fraternity guys, you're coming in as a freshman and you're walking to 10 different fraternity houses and talking to 100 different guys, trying to understand all of them and see if you fit in with them. And I remember he was the first person I talked to during Rush that year. And I knew immediately that he was someone that I wanted to be friends with and someone I wanted to join my house. My first impression of Ethan was some tall, goofy kid that, looked athletic. And he was, because we played a lot of basketball during that time. Unfortunately, the basketball wasn't enough to convince him to join my house. So he ended up going to Sigma Chi.
Did you hear that? Ethan Chapin and Hunter Johnson were not in the same fraternity. Hunter Johnson is not a member of Sigma Chi.
Unfortunately, the basketball wasn't enough to convince him to join my house. So he ended up going to Sigma Chi.
Shame on you to the channel who makes accusations towards me, but doesn't even know your facts. What really are basic facts of this case for those who have been actually following the case. Shame on you.
I'm sorry, I wasn't just laughing at anything having to do with that. I had like a lighting piece up there and it just went whoop. But yeah, so there is the fact. Hunter Johnson is not a member of Sigma Chi, never has been a member of Sigma Chi. In fact, he is the member of a different fraternity. So to say that, one of the people that I have been speaking with is Hunter Johnson, and it's so irresponsible that I've been talking to Hunter Johnson, because he will be called as a witness, of course, since he was at the house before the authorities were. And now, Angel D, I don't know if you're here, we were kind of discussing in the comment section that it's almost as though sometimes, these people or these channels almost selectively will attack to try to extract justice, I wish, to extract some information about you. I was just reading Justice A through Z as I said that, from you about the case that they think that you might know. So I did think carefully before, I said anything affirming that, Hunter Johnson was in fact the person that found Xana and Ethan. But that, I think I went and looked at the videos and the sources out there that said that about Hunter Johnson. And I think that there's enough where that's almost a known fact about the case at this point, which leads me to, kind of my next topic. So what is it that we know? And yes, some things that I do have to add as far as details, as far as learning from the two guys that I've been in contact with since literally the first one of them. There was one and then there was two, since 10 days after this tragedy occurred. And I've explained the reasons why that is before. I'm not always out fishing for people. I haven't contacted the Gonzalez's. I actually don't usually contact people that are related to cases at all, which I don't necessarily think on its own merit is a terrible thing for people to do. But, I'm not one of those who tends to do that. So let's talk about what we do know about what happened with the 911 call, and shortly thereafter, what is fact and what is fiction. So I'm going to bring another video up here to present to you into the stream. And welcome everybody who's just coming in. Please come on in, get comfortable, and I hope everyone's having a great night, a good Friday, and that you're looking forward to a nice weekend. Don't we always wish that, right?
For taking time to watch this video. Please click like and subscribe and hit the bell for future notifications.
So what was it like covering this case with all these random people claiming that they had uncovered something about it?
I've always wondered, what exactly is it about a person that makes a person considered random?
Yeah, Diane, that created a real challenge, right? But the issue is that because authorities weren't saying a lot, there was this information vacuum, and it had to be filled, and it ended up being filled with these internet online sleuths with these wild accusations, and it became noise for me.
Some journalists in mainstream media have taken a holier-than-thou stance on the Idaho 4 investigation, or I should say, the investigation into the murders of Kelly Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle, pointing to those of us who talk about this case on YouTube as being people who are just creating noise and have nothing but baseless speculations. Although some people do seem to have a lot of baseless speculations, are the claims of some people in mainstream media that these so-called online sleuths are just creating a lot of noise, are those claims accurate?
You know, Diane, we deal in facts here at ABC, and we're proud of that. And so you just have to ignore that noise. But I think what Maria pointed out so poignantly there is that these accusations that go into the internet, that go into the world, are not without real consequence. And when there's all these tips pouring in and authorities have to create a separate FBI call line just to sift through these, it takes a lot of time away from that investigation.
Those of us following a case under a strict and broad gag order are receiving very little in the way of actual evidence that will be presented at trial to prove the guilt of Bryan Kohberger. Since people close to the case are under a strict and broad gag order, a question that I've asked is, how much do those in the mainstream media really know that the so-called YouTube sleuths do not know, if anything? What we have heard from mainstream media are a lot of statements like a source close to the victims' families or a source close to the case, with no indication then from mainstream media who that source is precisely. Not even a hint, no details whatsoever.
A source close to the victims' families has told me that Bethany never, ever emerged from the basement room. Like, she never came upstairs. She left the home and was outside in the chaos in the front of the house, but never did go to that second floor, never did see the carnage. She wasn't part of the discovery of the bodies. She was the only one living in the basement at that point. Dylan, the other surviving roommate, you well know now, was on the second floor, had the room across from the kitchen, opened the door, peeked out and saw who she says looked like Brian Koberger with the bushy eyebrows, saw that male all clad in black with a black mask walking out.
Then there was this detail that was reported by Ashley Banfield. And on this airing, she brought in Brian Enton and spoke with him. And the caption just said, sources told, these details. Well, according to the sources that I've been talking to for the past 6 months, who are friends of Ethan Chapin, they're Sigma Chi fraternity brothers, only part of this reporting was correct. And there is an erroneous and superfluous detail in there that sensationalizes the story that is not true. And that is that Ethan's best friend, Hunter, who arrived on the scene early and was part of the 911 call being made, let's just say that, took Ethan's pulse. Well, according to my sources, who I firmly believe that was not the case.
But what we haven't known is what happened prior to the first responders arriving on the scene. And tonight I can tell you. You have heard that the 911 call was made from a surviving roommate's cell phone. But we can now tell you who it was who made that call. I'm not going to name the person, but it was Ethan's best friend who made the 911 call. And that's because it was Ethan's best friend who made the discovery of Xana and Ethan's bodies. And that is a very tragic and sad detail to report. Up until now, it had been an assumption that there was maybe an unconscious person because it was a guess that there was someone behind the door who wasn't answering a bedroom door. Now we can tell you that it was Ethan's best friend who had been.
Now, so there you have it. Ashley Banfield had said that on her show. Now, during this period of time, and some people brought this to my attention saying this, and at the time I was like, no way, I don't think so. I'm not going to think that of myself. But as I did watch Ashley Banfield around this time, I think it's possible that at least part of her so-called source close to the investigation was my two friends from Sigma Chi and information that she might have been learning from this channel, because it just so happened that a couple days later, after we talked about something on this channel, it came up on her show. But Ashley and I, we are like simpatico. We are like, do this. So it's all good, Ashley. It's all good.
Called over that morning and made the discovery and took Ethan's pulse.
Oh, and I just also want to say thank you so much, Sarcasm for Fun. Just gifted 10 memberships. So 10 of you have new memberships. And there is actually a members only live stream scheduled on Tuesday. Finally, I'm so sorry it's taken so long. So I hope that you all can be there. And we will be discussing some things about this case and some things that I've learned from the guys I've been talking to, and also some things having to do with the Watts case that I just don't really want to talk about in a completely open live stream. But thank you to all of you guys that are gifting memberships like Sarcasm for Fun. That's going to be a whole bunch of you. So I hope you guys can make it. Now let's see what I have to say about this idea that Ashley Banfield is putting out there, that Hunter Johnson found Xana and Ethan and she took his pulse. My problem with this is, guys, this is already such a sensational case. The details are horrific. If you want to talk about something that is sensational in the facts and the reality itself, it is this case. So why make up extra?
I had made a video about this issue before, and I didn't go into all of the details that I discussed with the two University of Idaho fraternity students because I just didn't feel comfortable with it at the time. But I really just want to make the point here. So there is a trigger warning, and just let me explain to you why we know that was not the case. As it is described in the probable cause affidavit, And here I am reading directly from the probable cause affidavit. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle's, hereafter Kernodle's, room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, lying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds determined later, autopsy reports provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner, dated December 15th, to be caused by sharp force injuries. Okay, so here we have a three-dimensional view of the inside of 1122 King Road. And this is from the vantage point of the far side of the living room by where those brown couches are. And if you look all the way down that long hallway, at the end of the hallway with the door open is Xana's bedroom. Off here to the left-hand side is the bathroom door. Now, as described in the PCA, and I'm sorry to have to point this out, but this red circle here is where Xana was found on the floor of the bedroom, which is known as bedroom 2B. So as you walk inside the bedroom, and we see here, this is where Xana was found on the floor of bedroom 2B. And we also know that Ethan was found on the bed. So here, this red circle denotes Ethan was found on the bed in bedroom 2B. So we do know some things about this scene, including, and again, I would like to just emphasize the trigger warning, that there was so much body fluid released in this room that this view from the exterior of the home, where we see this red substance flowing down the foundation of the house, which is believed to be blood, came directly from this room, this bedroom, bedroom 2B, which is Xana's bedroom. Here is a view of the exterior of the home, and you can see that the bed backs up onto this wall, where you could see from the exterior the red substance on the exterior foundation of the home. Here is a closer view of that same image. And here in this picture, the kind of yellow marker denotes where Ethan was found in this room, and the red marker denotes where Xana was found in this room. God rest their sweet souls.
And I really am so sorry. I know that those details are so very hard to hear, but when analyzing this case, it is material to some of the facts. And I don't want to say more importantly, but also importantly, is to make sure that we understand and squash the vicious rumors that spin about.
And here is another view of that red substance on the exterior foundation of the home. So what do we know, and what is my point here? Well, we know from everything that I just went over that it was a horrific scene in this room. And of course, by all accounts, by the investigators and the coroners, they just corroborate the fact that it was obviously a horrific scene in all the rooms where victims were found. We also know that Xana was essentially found in the entranceway of the bedroom, just past the bathroom and the entranceway of the bedroom, and Ethan was found on the bed. So that would mean for anybody who was first at the scene to take Ethan's pulse, it would mean that they would have to have stepped over Xana, I guess have not taken her pulse, to get to Ethan on the bed. And now remember, all of this scene that's going on around this person who according to Ashley Banfield, took Ethan's pulse. Remember, it was a gruesome scene. So to kind of, get over all of that, to get to Ethan, to take his pulse, I'm sorry, but unless you are a highly medically trained person, which this person was not, I don't think a human being would even be able to do that, given the scene as we know it to be, in order to get to Ethan to take his pulse. So I ask the question, when it comes to mainstream media versus YouTube sleuths, and either one of those groups making baseless speculations about this case or adding sensational details where they simply do not belong, details that did not exist with reality, is one of them or both of them guilty of adding to the chaos? I'll let you make that decision. Please leave a comment and let us know what you think. We all want to know what you think. And let's please just remember the victims of this case: Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kelly Gonsalves, and Madison Mogan.
Okay, so let's see. Well, okay, a couple things to just say about what's going on in chat. So gosh, Sarcasm for Fun is on fire. Thank you for another 10 and then 10 gifted memberships. So far that's 30 that you gifted tonight. Thank you so much. That's so super generous of you. So there's 30 of you, well 35, because I just gifted 5 memberships of you who have new memberships. That's amazing. And there is a members only live stream on Tuesday night. And I actually could go one of two ways. I was just telling you in the members only, I'm going to put this up as a poll. Live streams, I'm going to talk about some things having to do with this case that I learned from, the guys that I've talked to, and things that in the Watts case that I know about just because I know about them, that, I might not want to necessarily talk about in just like an open live stream for reasons that give me anxiety. That's why I have to gasp when I say it. So on Tuesday nights, members only live stream, would you guys prefer to talk in that regard about the Watts case or the Idaho case? So let me just put a poll up really quick and then we will move along. And welcome Allegedly with Brittany. How are you doing, everybody? Allegedly with Brittany, you might know her, you probably know her, has a channel, it's great, go check it out. Also Justice A through Z, who's in the house, and also our moderator Ara. I don't know if she's here yet or not. She's going to be here at some point. She had a work engagement and she will be here at some point, but definitely check them all out. And they're all welcome to put links, or if somebody could grab links and put them in the chat, please do. I support all of them. So, and sorry, I spelled your name wrong, Allegedly with Brittany. I was trying to type it in really quick before that video ended. So let's see, for the members only live, do you want to discuss deep dives on Watts or Idaho? You all know what I mean, right? And then, or you know what? I have to actually frame this differently because of it's a yes or nothing. Do you want to discuss deep dives on? Sorry, guys, hang with me. Sorry about. Or yes is Idaho. Okay, is Idaho? No will equal Watts. All right. All right, so there's that poll. So go ahead and vote on that. Yeah. So let's see. Whoops. Nope. Okay, hold it. All right, let me get back to you guys. All right. Let me get down to current times here. And oh my gosh, Sarcasm for Fun. You are so freaking generous. Thank you so much. Please, just a round of everyone smashing that like. Much love and support. Thank you so much, Sarcasm for Fun. I just learned you're a moderator for Zawoki's channel, and I got to pop in today when Zawoki was live too. And we love Zawoki too. So that's awesome. Thank you so much. I really very much appreciate your support and your levity. Sarcasm for Fun. You're really awesome. So Shadow Rourke. Is that supposed to be the pic? Sometimes when you put up a picture, it comes up in words. But anyway, that's just struck me as funny. So basically, in the, oh, there you go. Thank you, Suspicious. So basically, in that video, I just talked about the idea that, yes, it was Hunter Johnson who found Xana and Ethan. I think that is a known fact at this point. I really do. I mean, I do know that also from talking to the people that I talked about. But the point at that time was, again, as I said, this case is already so sensational. And, if you want to talk about like down and dirty true crime, I mean, this is a case, it's horrible. And, we pray constantly for justice for those victims and peace for their families because they all deserve it. And thank you very much, Rhonda. I appreciate that. Just subscribe. Love how you break it down and stick with the facts. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's like the greatest compliment I could get. Thank you very much. Wild Cherry, welcome. All right, so now I'm going to play some content that talks about how we know, and we do know, and it is known. And there's some things that I haven't said, and maybe if we do members only Idaho live stream on Tuesday, I'll talk about this a little bit. I have to consult with, the people I talk to and the attorneys first to see what I can say. And by the way, neither of them have been called as witnesses. And we made an agreement a long time ago in consultation with our attorneys, but I think this agreement would have been made without their help, that if ever they are called as witnesses, that I will, it was my part in saying that not only will we not discuss them on this channel, I don't even want to be talking to them, because I don't want ever to actually accidentally say something like, like, oh God, I shouldn't have said that, and have it affect anything. I don't even want to risk doing that to them. So just so you all know the level of, of responsibility that we are, handling what is said as far as information from them being spoken on this channel for the reasons that have been well stated on this channel many times before. And by the way, special creator out there, Hunter Johnson is not a member of Sigma Chi. You were some people. I was watching that when my son came in. She's like, Mom, that person obviously just wants to get subscribers for themselves. I was like, well, I know, but that one just kind of bothered me because of the level of nasty it was. All right. Ooh, hold it. I just got to actually pull this video up first, and then I can pull into the live stream. And welcome to everybody who's just coming in. Come on in. Get comfortable. Please feel at home. We just ask that you are respectful to one another and to the victims and their family members. And thank you, moderators, for being so awesome. Oh my God. And also, I'm so sorry. Crime Pod also is here, who also has a channel that covers a lot on the Chris Watts case. I'm so sorry, Crime Pod. I can't believe, I'm so sorry. And eventually, sometime down the road, we're going to do a live stream together. And maybe at that time, we'll talk about why we're not doing it right away. There's a story behind it. But yeah, isn't there always? All right, here we go.
According to an affidavit, Funk was in a first-floor bedroom of the apartment house during the early morning of the murders on November 13th. A criminal investigator for Kohlberger's defense that Funk has information that is, quote, exculpatory to the defendant, and adds it's, quote, unique to her experiences and cannot be provided by another witness.
One thing back to the affidavit that I think a lot of people were surprised by was the fact that one of the roommates was awake when the killer walked by, and that the 911 call wasn't made until hours and hours later.
A source close to the victims' families has told me that Bethany never, ever emerged from the basement room. Like, she never came upstairs.
So many questions are asked about the surviving roommates of the Idaho 4 tragedy, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk. From my perspective, questions from all of you and also in my own mind pertain primarily to Dylan Mortensen. And I think that is because what we've learned through the probable cause affidavit, we know certain things that Dylan Mortensen saw, things that she heard, and we get a sense of the apprehension and trepidation she was experiencing on that evening when she looked out her door on 3 different occasions. The words that she believes that she heard were troubling. Things like Kelly Gonsalves saying, I think somebody's here. And then hearing Xana crying. And then hearing a male voice saying, it's okay, I'm going to help you. Clearly alarmed her because at the end of the day, she claimed she was in a frozen shock phase. You may have seen I posted a video just a few days ago that talks about the 5 common responses that human beings have to extreme fear, shock, and trauma, the 5 F's as we call them, and human beings don't have a choice over how they react to extreme fear, shock, or trauma when we encounter it, because it is our survival instinct that takes over and guides us through that. It's really an involuntary response. Nevertheless, there are questions that remain about what happened that evening after specifically Dylan Mortensen heard and saw certain things. And of course, there is the big question, why the 8-hour time lapse between when the tragedies occurred and when 911 was finally called. This video is going to go over what we do know about Dylan Mortensen's experience and what the victims' families might know and what they themselves have asked about her experience. So come on in closer, everybody. Let's gather around the Watsy Obsession Storytime Campfire. I'm going to explain a few things to you in detail. They are pieces of the puzzle that are corroborated and that make good sense and that finally start to paint a more clear picture of why that 911 call was so delayed, or at least what was happening during those 8 hours.
Now, I just want to tell you in this video, it's a video that I created
rather recently, a little less than 4 weeks ago.
Sorry, here's the example. So it's a video that I did create a while back. So some of the time frames that I might be referencing, like when I say 4 weeks ago, I'm talking about when Christy Gonzalez spoke with Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show. And 4 weeks ago at this point is several months ago. So just like keep that in mind. But the information I'm going to expand upon, and it's still some of the most interesting information I think that's out there on the case.
Oh, Mrs. Gonzalez, Kaylee's mother, contacted a channel called The Drunk Turkey Show and shared with the creators some details of her experience and what she knows from the perspective of the victims' families. Now, I want to be clear on the details of how certain information came about. So, Christy Gonzalez did not herself speak. She spoke to Daniel, the creator of the Drunk Turkey Show, or one of the creators, and he then relayed to us through a live stream what she said and what Christy Gonzalez had to say about Dylan Mortensen's actions that evening was a shocking confirmation. Now, before I go on to share those details, I do need to say that the creators of the Drunk Turkey Show decided to take that live stream down shortly after it aired. I personally was very interested in hearing the details of what Daniel had to say about what Christy told him, because at the time I was very focused on making sure that y'all knew that this false narrative that told people that lots and lots of students knew about the tragedy hours before 911 was called was not true, not accurate at all. And the reason that is important to me is because it's important to the Chapin family, and it's important to a couple students in particular that I've become close with over the past 7 months in talking about this case. But as far as they tell it, it's important to a lot of students who don't want the world to think that they all knew that their friends were in that house dying or having lost their lives already, and they, the students, didn't do a damn thing about it.
So I just want to stop to reiterate that point, because when asked about, oops, I just kicked something in my chair, it made a big noise. Why these two guys from Sigma Chi that I've been talking to. So here in this video, I said 7 months ago. And so this video, so at this point, I've been talking to the one guy since 10 days after the tragedy happened. So that's the length of time anyhow. So I have been talking to them for almost 7 months before I even mentioned to anybody other than a couple moderators on this channel that I had been talking to them. Nobody knew. It wasn't like exploiting them for content or anything like that. At the point when they wanted to start to talk out, they told me, they said, listen, and this is after I had developed a trusted relationship with them and had legally vetted them with government issued identifications. My dad actually did that for my dearly departed father, who passed away in December, because he was like, you got to be careful about that kind of stuff. He was definitely one of the people that was a legal consultant of mine before his passing, because he worked right up until the day before he passed. But I don't even want to get into that because I'm going to start crying. And thank you all for your condolences. You guys have been so super sweet. But the point at which they wanted to start talking out was when they, who were, yes, in contact with the Chapin family and, a number of other people who, of course, were affected by this tragedy because that is their life. They are embedded in it because it's their reality. When the things that were being said, primarily on social media, primarily on YouTube, some like on TikTok, but I think a lot of people discard the content on TikTok. So sorry, TikTok, creators. I know there's some of you out there legitimate, but a lot of people discard that as kind of being throwaway material, because a lot of times it is. When it became so hurtful to the people around them that they felt like, wait a minute, what is up? This gag order, we want to trust that it has been instated, for a good reason. We want to trust this process of justice. We want to trust this judge. But at this moment, because we ourselves are feeling all this pain, and we ourselves are seeing and feeling all this pain around us from people who are truly close to these victims, including their family members, including the one particular family I just mentioned, that, they felt like they wanted to speak out in defense of themselves and for the sake of these other people, because to them, guys, and I've told this before and I will tell it again, the emotion with which they expressed when talking about this was just so moving to me. That's when I finally decided, okay, I will put something on my channel that speaks up on their behalf. The idea that it was primarily the narrative that all of these people knew about this tragedy hours before 911 was called. Well, at some point I said, because they believed that they were up between 10 and 10:30, subsequently, as things kept being said, they themselves felt the need to go back and look in their phone, something they hadn't done yet, to find out indications of when they were up. When did I first start being active on my phone that day? It's really easy for just about anyone to do on any given day. When did you start sending texts, stuff like that, right? And they both can show with their own information, and probably will after this trial is done and they eventually know they're not going to be called as witnesses for 100% sure because it's over and done with, and they can speak out for themselves in their own voices on this channel or by whatever means they wish, that they were they're each up between 9:30 and 9:45-ish for certain reasons and I'm not going to give all those details because it's too many details. And one of them was out and about almost immediately and knew exactly why that was, and was back and forth by 1122 King Road, back and forth, 2 trips of back and forth. So a total of passing by 1122 4 times, with there being virtually nothing going on at that house. Now, if people had known hours and hours before, don't you think there would have been some activity around there? People going to see what was going on? If there was this big scandalous conspiracy thing there with all of these, various fraternities and sororities involved in the cleanup, and allegedly with Brittany just said, well, one channel the other day put out this video, 400 people watched this crime happen. That literally was a video someone put out, guys. A channel that some of you probably watch, a channel that I once endorsed and no longer do. That 400 people watch this go down. Wouldn't you think that on his total of 4 pass-bys of that house, there would have been some indication of activity, people going in and out, or just, come on, right? Well, there was none. Okay. So we have an eyewitness, a reliable eyewitness to the fact that there was no activity going on in that house around the time that he passed by, knowing that he got up between 9:30 and 9:45 based on when he first started being active on his phone. And then he got out almost immediately. So I was probably out by 10, did something that took approximately an hour, came back. So, a pass by at 10, a pass by back at 11. He came right back there, and then he went and got food for some people that had stayed at the house. So another pass by, I don't know, a little bit after that, he picked something up and came back quick, was there before 911 was called, but not too long before, and there was no activity. So there you go.
It's also,
does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions about that? I'll look in chat to see if you do, because I just want to make sure that everyone understands that.
important to me because the truth is important to this channel. So in talking to the Drunk Turkey Show, Mrs. Gonsalves makes a reference to the probable cause affidavit and the estimated time of the attack according to the probable cause affidavit. 5 pages into the PCA, following the section where the author of the PCA talks about the statements that Dylan Mortensen made to investigators that describe what she heard and saw, this is said regarding the time of the attacks. The combination of Dylan Mortensen's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen's phone, and video of a suspect as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m.
Sorry, I won't keep stopping it, but I just saw that Miss, let's see, make this bigger. Miss Sherry Patila, am I saying your name right? Came back and she gifted a super sticker earlier on when she was waiting for the live stream. So Sherry, I just want to say thank you so much. I appreciate you. And I'm so glad that you're back. Thanks for being here. I'm glad you could come back.
So what Kelly's mother shared with Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show that she had not spoken about before, and surprisingly, neither had her husband Steve, was that she had been made aware that after Dylan Mortensen saw that figure clad in black and heard all of the things she heard and was, according to her, in a frozen shock phase, she called all of the roommates in the house to check up on them to see what was going on, if they were okay, because obviously she was very alarmed. I'm going to play a short clip, and this is the creator, Jules of All Trades True Crime, stating her opinion about what we're talking about right now. And I think she states her opinion very clearly and candidly for sure.
None of that is in the little recap. And that's very curious to me because the information about the roommates is drastic. And it's not just about if they're talking to the victims' families or not. It was also said that Christy heard that the reason why the 4:25 a.m. time slot is on the PCA is because Dylan was calling all of the roommates. So that's proof right there that she was not in no crazy shock phase where she couldn't fathom to do anything but stand there and complete, oh my God. She had the ability to call several people's phone numbers. Didn't call 911 though. So you can dial all them digits, but you can't dial 3 of them. That doesn't make sense.
Christy Gonsalves said that she came to know.
I just want to stop one more time just to clarify this. So I just responded here to Rhonda Veltri, and good catch. I didn't catch this myself, Rhonda. It was somebody else who brought this to my attention a while back. And so I actually did look into this. And the person I spoke with actually said that they had a decent number of calls along these lines. So it's good that people are actually trying to look into the truth. I don't know how many, I don't know who it was, but anyway. So Rhonda had said that Jack in the Box bag that was in the kitchen that you can see in some of the crime scene photos looked old, and was saying, I'd heard somewhere that Jack in the Box did not deliver that late. But, and again, this was a while back when I looked into it, but I guess that we were talking about the relevant time at the time of the crimes, and probably still, but who knows. Jack in the Box was, in fact, doing deliveries that late. Kind of crazy, I know. When somebody brought that to my attention, I was like, oh my gosh, you're probably right. But at least that's what I was told. I mean, I just checked into it once. That was what I was told once. And that's all I can tell you guys, okay?
That the estimated time of the attack in the probable cause affidavit was largely due to the records from Dylan's phone and her contacting all of the roommates in the house at a certain time. So that most likely was right before 4:25. Hence, the time frame that investigators narrowed it down to was the attacks being between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. Of course, with these other 2 pieces of information that they mention. Now, I think it is very interesting that in the probable cause affidavit, they say that they determined the likely time of the attacks due to these 3 things. And how interesting is this? So these 3 factors are, number 1, Dylan Mortensen's statement to investigators. Number 2, forensic downloads of Dylan and Bethany's phones. And number 3, videos of a car in the area that appeared to be driving around in an unusual way or pattern.
So again, these are the 3 factors that are stated outright in Brett Payne's Exhibit A. I don't even know whether I should call it the PCA anymore, but that's a whole different topic. But these are the 3 factors in his statement that he asserts are the factors upon which law enforcement relied on when they were determining the likely time of the crime. Dylan Morton's statements, forensic download of Dylan Bethany's phones, and video of the car in the area that appeared unusual.
And we've learned some details about that. So you have to ask yourself, what is it about each of these 3 items that allowed investigators to zoom in on that time frame from 4 a.m. to 4:25 a.m. as being the likely time of the attacks? Well, I think number 3, the videos of the car in the area moving around, I think that one is rather obvious. So let's look at number 1 and number 2. Number 1, Dylan Morton's statements to investigators. So we know what Dylan said that caused investigators to perhaps start that time frame at 4 a.m. According to the PCA, it is said that Dylan told investigators that she woke up around 4 a.m. because she heard certain noises, right? But is it also something in Dylan's statements that we do not know that caused them to close out that time frame at 4:25 a.m.? Or number 2, looking at the idea of it was in part the forensic downloads of Dylan and Bethany's phones that allowed them to zero in on the time frame 4 a.m. to 4:25 a.m. So we can certainly surmise that there must have been activity on Dylan's phone that helped them to determine that time frame. But look, also Bethany's phone. I mean, what Chrissy Gonsalves shared with the Drunk Turkey Show, that we learned that Dylan Mortensen contacted all of the roommates after she knew that something was very strange and she saw the man clad in black with the bushy eyebrows. That makes sense that if Dylan Mortensen was texting or calling everybody, it would have been the forensic download of her phone that gave them an indicator of this time frame. But they specifically also mentioned Bethany's phone. So what is it about Bethany's phone, or that is on Bethany's phone, that helped them to zero in on that time frame of 4 a.m. to 4:25 a.m.? Everything in this probable cause affidavit, and any probable cause affidavit, should be very accurate and intentional. So if it wasn't very intentional to include Bethany's phone in the criteria that was used to narrow down the time frame of the likely attacks, her name would not be here. And on the other hand, if it was simply Dylan texting all of the roommates in the house around or a little before 4:25 a.m. that caused them to close out that time frame of likelihood of the attacks of 4 to 4:25, then they would have said perhaps that it was the forensic download of Dylan's phone, Bethany's phone, and the other 3 roommates' phones. But that is not what is said here. So this makes me wonder, did Dylan, yes, in fact, contact all of the roommates, which is in contradiction to the statement of frozen shock phase? And I need to just pause and say, I am not trying to throw shade on Dylan. I don't think that she had any bad intentions in anything that she did that evening. And I feel very badly for Dylan and what she has been through. But I think that this needs to be discussed because it could be a very important piece of the puzzle. So the fact that the PCA mentions Dylan's phone and Bethany's phone, what was found on their phones that helped them to narrow down the time frame, says to me, it feels very likely that Dylan contacted all of the roommates and Bethany responded. So if that is in fact true, and Dylan contacted all of the roommates and Bethany responded, that significantly changes the story regarding what we all believe we know about that part of the case and the roommates' knowledge of what happened, you know, on a very basic level. It changes that significantly.
Okay, so now I also want to expand on that. So in that video, I was talking about how what Chrissy Gonzalez said to Danielle the Drunk Turkey Show, you know, backed up the fact that it was that Dylan had texted, had contacted, I believe is what she said, or I believe that's what he said, she said, he said, she said, all of the roommates. And that was one reason how they knew when the crimes happened. Well, that certainly makes sense based on what the PCA or Brett Payne's statement exhibit A says, right? So another thing that I learned, and I made a video about this before, and I don't want to go too in depth into it again because the video is out there if you want to see it, and you know, the backlash. But what I learned from the two people that I've been talking to from the University of Idaho, they explained to me what they know in part. Trust me, I spared plenty of the details in my retelling of the story selectively and discriminately. Part of Bethany's experience on that evening is, you know, I told exactly what it was that wasn't too much detail, and that at some point she and Dylan were texting one another, and someone that Bethany was able to see outside the house that was alarming to her fit the same description as the person that Dylan saw inside the house that is described to all of the world in Brett's statements Exhibit A. So there's Christy Gonzalez, you know, making that statement about Dylan contacting all of the roommates. And now they didn't say whether it was a call or text or what it was. It wasn't a call, I can tell you that much. It was through text type of communication. And I don't think, and I think that's enough detail. And then there's also, you know, a statement that came out a long time ago from someone in the Chapin family. But let me keep playing this. And welcome to everybody who's just come in. Welcome, everybody. Have your gifted memberships turned on. Sis Vicious just described to everybody how to do that here. I hope you saw that, Rhonda. Sis says, look where you normally send a message, and there should be a little, like a $ and looking icon. And I guess when you click on that, it's different for me because I'm the creator, but there should be an option once you click onto that $ that says to turn on gifted memberships, okay?
That would mean that Bethany knew that something was amiss in the house, whether she actually did come up the stairs or not. It said that she did not, but we still do not know. But to me, this indicates, and I have a very strong feeling that this must be the case as we put all of the pieces together, that somewhere around 4:15, 4:25 a.m., Bethany knew that something was very wrong in that house as well.
And I forgot, I forgot that I didn't know my camera was on. There goes the screen, but I just looked at my phone, and an ex-boyfriend of mine, like a 5-year relationship ex-boyfriend who I haven't talked to in years, just called me. That was super weird. That's next poll, to call him back or not to call him back. I think I know the answer.
To me, this expands the question of not just why didn't Dylan contact 911? Why didn't Bethany or Dylan call 911? I feel like with this case, as we go along, questions always become more complicated rather than just answered, set aside, or simplified. Please leave a comment and let me know what you guys think about that. I'm so interested to hear what y'all think about that. So I personally don't.
And I also just wanted to stop to say welcome to everybody who just came in, and also welcome to Melissa Jade, who was actually, I just mentioned your channel, sweetheart. It was a live stream that I was on. I was able to catch one of her live streams the other night. I was so happy. And, you know, I was chatting with her. She said hi. And, you know, I did a couple of super chats because I wanted to know what she thought about. I don't want to get off topic on this topic, so I'm not going to tell you what I asked her. But then it was the creator that was making all those terrible assertions about me that I was talking about in the beginning of this video. They started super chatting her up. So of course, Melissa, when she's super chatting, not that I'm saying you don't want to, Melissa, but you know, isn't going to say anything rude to her. And then people in the chat were saying, oh, this person is like off their rocker or whatever. That's how it all came about. But Melissa Jade, suspicious? If you want to get her channel, is also another wonderful channel that does great discussions on a number of true crime cases that I also certainly support. So welcome, Melissa Jade. I'm happy you're here.
The roommates was awake when the killer walked by, and that the 911 call wasn't made until hours and hours later.
A source close to the victims' families has told me that Bethany never, ever emerged from the basement room. Like, she never came upstairs.
So many questions are asked about the surviving roommates of the Idaho 4 tragedy, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk. From my perspective, questions from all of you and also in my own mind pertain primarily to Dylan Mortensen. And I think that is because what we've learned through the probable cause affidavit, we know certain things that Dylan Mortensen saw, things that she heard, and we get a sense of the apprehension and trepidation she was experiencing on that evening when she looked out her door on 3 different occasions. The words that she believes that she heard were troubling. Things like Kelly Gonsalves saying, I think somebody's here, and then hearing Xana crying, and then hearing a male voice saying, it's okay, I'm going to help you, clearly alarmed her because at the end of the day, she claimed she was in a frozen shock phase. You may have seen I posted a video just a few days ago that talks about the 5 common responses that human beings have to extreme fear, shock, and trauma, the 5 F's as we call them, and human beings don't have a choice over how they react to extreme fear, shock, or trauma when we encounter it, because it is our survival instinct that takes over and guides us through that. It's really an involuntary response. Nevertheless, there are questions that remain about what happened that evening after specifically Dylan Mortensen heard and saw certain things. And of course, there is the big question, why the 8-hour time lapse between when the tragedies occurred and when 911 was finally called. This video is going to go over what we do know about Dylan Mortensen's experience and what the victims' families might know. And
oh wait, hold it. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I was like, why is this? You know, this is a video I made a while ago. I was like, I don't remember I popped that back in there towards the end. I'm sorry. I went back really far in the video. I'm sorry. Let me try to get to approximately where I was. Should be right about here. Yeah, here. Okay, I'm sorry about that.
You know, on a very basic level, it changes that significantly. That would mean that Bethany knew that something was amiss in the house, whether she actually did come up the stairs or not. It said that she did not, but we still do not know. But to me, this indicates, and I have a very strong feeling that this must be the case as we put all of the pieces together, that somewhere around 4:15, 4:25 a.m., Bethany knew that something was very wrong in that house as well. So to me, this expands the question of not just why didn't Dylan contact 911, why didn't Bethany or Dylan call 911? I feel like with this case, as we go along, questions always become more complicated rather than just answered, set aside, or simplified. Please leave a comment and let me know what you guys think about that. I am so interested to hear what y'all think about that. So I personally don't just pick up kind of the topic of the day or, you know, the thing that people are speculating about at the moment and talk about it on this channel. In fact, I intentionally do not do that, but I think there is something significant here. So as I was thinking about all of this, I remembered something that I had put in the back of my memory and I had almost forgot, which was surprising to me because of how I feel about the Chapin family and Ethan's circle of friends. Do y'all remember way back when in February this was reported? Here's a headline.
Okay, so I went back a little further, but I think this is where I actually should have picked up. So in February, this was reported. Now, this is going to talk about the other source that we have that, gives indication that Dylan and Bethany were texting around the time the crime was committed. Now, why is this relevant at a point where we are in this trial phase, where we're in a pre-trial phase, where there is a gag order and new information isn't being released? Well, listen, guys, we are all here because we like true crime or we hate true crime. Sometimes we're attracted to things we just despise, right? So, if we are going to be talking about it, let's talk about it and let's deep dive, because let's face it, that's what people want to do. But let's talk about the truth. So that's what we try to get at this channel. Same with allegedly with Brittany and Melissa Jade and Justice A through Z and Crime Pod and Ara. And oh man, I probably missed someone. Oh gosh, and if I did, I'm really sorry. And all the other great channels, creators who are here, they should go check out.
It says, family of Idaho murder victim Ethan Chapin questioned why surviving roommate Dylan Mortensen didn't call the cops after hearing crying and screaming, and claims she called all of the girls in the house rather than 911. So the claim here that is made by some members of the Chapin family is very much in line with what Christy Gonzalez said to the Drunk Turkey show, that, well, the simple fact that Dylan Mortensen called all of the roommates because she was alarmed. She was scared. I'm not sure what the word is because we don't know too many details about how she was feeling truly. All we've heard is frozen shock phase, which I'm really, really starting to question at this point. This report regarding what the Chapins were questioning corroborates what Christy Gonzalez said just 4 weeks ago. A family member of murdered University of Idaho student Ethan Chapin has questioned why the roommates who survived the slayings did not call the police. An account believed to be belonging to Ethan's sister-in-law made several posts online before the arrest affidavit was unsealed for the suspected quadruple murders. The court document detailed how surviving roommate Dylan Mortensen came face to face with a masked man on the night of the murders. Ethan's sister-in-law has since revealed that Dylan, who was in the property at the time of the killings along with Bethany Funk, and this is going to be a direct quote from the Reddit post where Reddit supposedly verified the identity of the poster as being who she claimed to be and the sister-in-law of Ethan Chapin. The post says, Dylan supposedly called all the girls in the house after the crying and screaming stopped and no one answered, and she still didn't call the police. She needs to explain herself and her actions. When she was questioned about who called the police, she added, 911 caller was the friend who went to the house because Dylan called him to come over because she was scared from what she heard in the night. She goes on to say, he went to Xana and Ethan's room first, then called 911. Why Dylan or Bethany didn't call the police once is the question. Now, I do want to say that this report is completely consistent with what the two University of Idaho fraternity brothers of Ethan Chapin have told me for the past 7 months. Now, this article goes on to talk about another point that I want to raise here in this video. It says, Mortensen told cops she was awoken at around 4 a.m. by what sounded like victim Kelly Gonzalez playing with her dog in a third-floor bedroom. She says she looked out of her room but didn't see anything, looking again on the second occasion when she thought she heard Xana Kernodle was crying. Mortensen stated she opened the door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. The man moved towards her, she said, but she remained in a frozen shock phase as he continued past her, but let her survive. Okay, guys, I want to then refer to one small paragraph in the probable cause affidavit that says, at approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at at approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. Okay, so a dog started barking and was heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. So we know that Murphy, Keely's dog, was found in Keely's bedroom, and we know that Maddie and Keely were in Maddie's bedroom. So if you're looking at the house from an outside perspective here, Xana's bedroom is all the way over here. Keely and Maddie are upstairs here on the 3rd floor, and Dylan is directly beneath them on the main or 2nd floor. Now, as we look at this 3D walkthrough of the inside of the King Road residence, we see that Dylan's bedroom is directly, exactly beneath Maddie's bedroom. Like Maddie's bed is on top of Dylan's bed, essentially. You see here, it's just a straight drop down. So now let's consider how close in proximity these attacks were happening to where Dylan was in her bedroom. Is it possible she didn't hear more than was disclosed in the PCA? I honestly do not think that is humanly earthly possible. Now, also take into consideration that Keely's dog Murphy started barking and barked continuously beginning at 4:17 a.m. We know that Dylan was up around 4 a.m. She heard what she heard. She saw what she saw, that which we know through the PCA. She certainly didn't just fall back to sleep. There's no way that happened. I don't think that's physiologically possible. So when we put all of this together, everything we know that was seen and heard, plus the idea that the dog is barking right upstairs, right over Dylan's bedroom. And now I believe I know that there were phone calls being made or texts being made to all of the roommates, and that there was correspondence between Dylan and Bethany around, 4:15, 4:25, I'm estimating. And the dog is barking like crazy. Guys, this is starting to paint a picture of complete chaos in that house at that time. Now, remember, a murderer was just in and out of the house. The DoorDash was just dropped off. Xana had just gone to get the DoorDash. It's not like this attack occurred. Dylan peeked outside of her door 3 times, went back in, closed it, locked it, and was like, ooh, and went back to bed, and all was quiet. No, guys. The picture that we now can see from what we know paints a very chaotic scene that must have had some significant noise going on. So what's up with that? I mean, I'm finding it hard to believe even now that Bethany wasn't completely aware of all of the chaos that was going on. I really believe that she was communicating with Dylan in those late or early morning hours. And I'm not sure what to make of the rest of this. I have a lot of thinking and some more research to do on this for sure. And what I want to know most is what you guys think. Please leave a comment and let us know what you think. We all want to know what you think. And I really want to know what you think on this one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please click like and subscribe and hit the bell for future notifications. And I hope to see you again soon. And I hope to hear from you on this one.
All right, guys. So that's that. So, in that last little video that I played, and welcome to everybody who's just come in, 437 people here. That's awesome. Everybody, yeah. please hit the like when you get a chance, or dislike, or whatever you feel about it. I appreciate that you guys are all here, though. And everybody, before I take down the poll, please vote on, there's going to be a members only live stream, and there's so many new members. Thanks muchly in part to Sarcasm for Fun, who I think gifted 40 memberships tonight. My God, thank you. That's so super generous. And also thank you, Sherry, for the other super chat that you did. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. So far, the poll with 125 votes is 80 for the Idaho case and 21 for Watts. So it's looking like it's going to be Idaho, but if you want to sway that vote, go ahead and, do that. So in that last little video that I played, the whole point of it is, in combination with, what I, do know about the case from, the people that I've been talking to since, well, the one of them, as I've said a million times, since 10 days after this tragedy occurred, is also what Christy Gonsalves essentially told to Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show, and or the Drunken Turkey Show, or I don't know, whatever, Drunk Turkey Show, and also what someone from the Chapin family, and yes, it is a sister-in-law of Ethan Chapin, or I should say Ethan Chapin does have sister-in-laws. I know that was a question that had come to me many times. His father, Jim, has 2 or 3, I honestly don't remember, children from a previous marriage, and at least 2 of them are married, and there are sister-in-laws. So I don't know, they're not talked about all that much, but they are existed. I looked that up. I checked that out. I checked it out with people that actually know Ethan, and that's all I'm going to say about that. So I do believe that Reddit post, it was certified by Reddit or whatever it's called as well. So I do believe that to be true. So the person from the Chapin family was questioning why, Dylan had, called all the roommates, and Christy Gonsalves told Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show that Dylan had contacted all of the roommates around the time that this had happened. And from the 2 sources that I have at Idaho, who told me a lot about Bethany's experience that night, that was part of it. It wasn't specifically and intentionally part of it. Like, hey, yeah, those 2 were, talking to each other that night, and that's a terrible thing. It was just in the context of the story. Part of the story was somebody that Bethany saw outside of the residence was consistent with, as far as their appearance, the same person that Dylan saw inside of the residence, as described. As far as they know, they didn't know anything more about Dylan's experience. They hadn't talked to Dylan. And that's all I know about that, as far as how that person appeared. So, I mean, that's all I can say about that, but that is something contributing to the fact that they were in communication. So that just, in part lets us know that there is so much more to know that really is material to what went down that night, and to what went down through the eyes and the ears and all the experience of the witnesses, and that they are witnesses. They both are witnesses from what I know. There's a lot more than just what has even been told through the PCA, or I don't know if it's a PCA anymore. I don't know if you've seen my video on that. I have a part 2 of that video. I've been working on it for so long. It's going to come out eventually, hopefully this week. I keep finding more little facts that I need to kind of vet, that I want to present to you in the video. I don't want to put it out prematurely. I want to just do a part 2, and then they'll be done with it. I don't want to keep dragging it out. But I don't know if it's a PCA or if it's just a statement from Brett Payne, Exhibit A. I don't know. But you know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and just open up panel for a little bit. How long have we been going? An hour and 20 minutes? Yeah. I didn't have anything more necessarily planned, but I do want to know if anyone has any questions on the content we've covered so far, or if you have anything to say. And don't be afraid to come on up. Come up. It's all good. Please come up. I'm opening it up to everyone. So, which I don't do all the time, but yeah, we're doing it. And so far we have 135 votes on that poll. 80% of you want to talk about insider information on the Idaho case on Tuesday night, as opposed to the Watts case. So it looks like we're going to be doing Idaho. So I'm going to end that poll. Thank you for voting. And so many members now. And if you really wanted a membership and haven't given one yet, stay tuned. There might be more to come. And I really wish that, I know that there are some people that really would like a membership and truly can't afford it. And listen, I've been there. I've been there where it's like, oh my God, I don't know if I get a, however much, like the memberships aren't that much, but if I, even that might put my account over the balance for this month, and then a $20, I get it, fee, I get it. I wish that I could give specific people memberships, but we don't have that ability. Or I would do that. And why don't I even remember how to pin a comment here? Here, let me do it. Oh, sometimes my brain, y'all know, you have brain moments, right? Where your brain is like not working. And I'll check and see if anyone's backstage. If you do want to come up, I just put the link in chat, and please do come up. I would love to hear from you. I'm just trying to pin that link up top. I might have to put it in again. Let's see what Justice A through Z said. Oh, wait, there it is. Can I pin that? Oh, no. Oops. No. I just brought myself into behind this. I don't know. Oh, I think I know how to do it. I don't know. I'm just going to put it. Dude, I'm talking to myself and I'm not understanding what I'm saying in my own head. So I'm just going to stop doing it out loud. Give me a moment here. So there's that. Oh my gosh, nobody wants to come up and talk about anything we discuss. Come on, people. I know you do. Justice A through Z, are you up for it? Justice A through Z, and I have something in common. I've been a yoga teacher for a really long time. I think some of you know that. I taught yoga since, let's see, I got certified. And I mean, I got certified. I was so lucky. I got to do different trainings all around the world by all these great teachers. I got certified, you know, initially when I was 21. So I'm 45 now. So I've been certified for 24 years. And I owned a yoga studio in Philadelphia for 8 or 9 years. And then I sold it at some point and still like oversaw it. But anyway, I taught yoga that entire time for like 20 years straight, like literally almost every day. It was like a huge part of what I did until COVID. And then, you know, of course, people stopped going to live classes. And ever since COVID, like things never really bounced back. And I never got into the whole online teaching thing. I was thinking about doing it. And I was telling Justice A through Z, initially my idea with the YouTube channel was I want to do yoga, but I want to do true crime. So could I do yoga and true crime, which is an idea she's been toying around with because she's doing a really intensive yoga training right now. That's what I'm getting at there. I have a few yoga videos like spritzed throughout the selection on this channel, but it's obviously not a focus. But if you guys want more yoga channel or content, let me know because I will put up yoga lessons. I love that. Cook says, and hey, Dave, how are you? News Nation is a bogus station. They lie all the time. I'm going to say I've just become less confident in what they do all the time. Oh my gosh. Sarcasm for Fun is gifted 50 memberships tonight. Thank you so much. That is so incredibly generous of you. Thank you so very much. Seriously. I know people really, really appreciate it. And I gifted, in comparison to that, a measly 10 memberships, just to give a few more of you memberships. So that is really, so thank you so much. That is just like incredibly amazing. Look at all these people saying thank you. Yes, Double R, please come up. Justice A through Z says, I'm barely awake, but I could. Do you guys want Justice A to Z? Do you want to force her to come up anyway? And as long as Double R is not in a hot air balloon, well, of course you should come up, Double R. Brian N is handsome as heck, though. He's got a really cute dog, too. I know. COVID did ruin everything. I know. And most sadly for me, COVID is what my father passed away from this past December. I just couldn't believe it. So my message there is watch out for COVID. It still really is a danger. I never saw that coming. So. Well, thank you, Adam. Says, I love this live stream. Thanks a lot. If I was your ex, I'd be calling you too. If you guys missed it earlier, I was like, oh, I didn't realize my camera was still on. I saw that my ex-boyfriend from a long time ago, I haven't talked to in, it's been years, called me. Really random. Oh, good. Sherry's coming up. Awesome. Sherry, I'm going to grab you in just 1 second. I'm just going to pop that link in one more time, and I'm so glad you're coming up. Yay. Oops. All right, people. Go take a shot of espresso or get brave or whatever you got to do. Get up here. Come talk to me and Sherry. Yogurt and true crime. Oh, yogurt's good for you, though. Yeah, thank you so much. And Sup Rose is still didn't get a membership. I really wish I could give them to specific people, man. Yeah, so to turn on gifted memberships, you got to, and then I'm going to grab you in 1 second, Sherry. Let me just explain this to our peeps here. You got, like, when you go to the place where you like put in a comment, it says like chat, and then there's like an emoji face, and then there's a $sign, and then there's a plus sign. No, I think that's just for me. But if you guys all click on that $sign, then you can turn on the option for gifted memberships. Yeah. Thank you, Turquoise. I appreciate that. Thank you. You guys have all been so extremely amazing and compassionate with your condolences. I just can't even tell you how much it means to me. And Sis Vicious says, yes, and/or Pilates. If someone could help me lose 50 pounds next month, that'd be great. I know I've been a little more sedentary than I like lately too, and I have to get back into Pilates. So maybe I'll do that for us. I'll just record while I do my Pilates workout and try to bring you guys into it. Yeah, see, look at Justice A through Z. Beach Bum says yoga and true crime. But with her and I really like want to do that. I don't know. I can put up whatever videos I want. So let's see. Hi, Mike Applegate. How are you doing? All right. Here, I'm going to put the link in another time, and then maybe I'm going to bring Sherry up. Maybe you'll get brave and come up with us. So, hey, Sherry, how are you doing, sweetheart? Oh, man, I hope we can hear Sherry. Oh, no, I can't hear you, sweetie. Darn it. I hate it when that happens. I wonder why it's so hard. Everyone has trouble when they first come up on live streams. Oh, your brother died of COVID, so I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm sorry for your loss. And Twizzlestick, yeah, come up on panel. We're just talking about the Idaho case. It's really open. Man, you guys are all shy. Twizzlestick, oh, lives in Pullman, Angel D. Oh, yeah, Twizzlestick, come on up. I have some questions for you, Twizzlestick. Please come up. I'm asking if you would, please. That would be amazing. And Sherry, I still can't hear you, my love. I'm so sorry. Is your microphone on? From my end, it looks like everything is okay. You had long? That's crazy. I've had COVID like 4 times. Oh, Sub Rosa. I know. I wish you got one. I'm sorry. We appreciate you too, Sub Rosa. Angel D is trying to guilt you, Twizzlestick, saying, Twizzlestick, you told everyone about my butt cheek splinter. Angel D had a butt cheek splinter. Now everyone else knows. That's so funny. Actually, related to my ex-boyfriend who just called me that I haven't talked to in years, I was bit by I moved from Philadelphia to upstate New York. Let's see, my son was in kindergarten. Now he's in 9th grade. So it was like 8 years ago. And it was the summer after I moved, or maybe the next summer. I don't know. But I, like an idiot, was cleaning out I have a big 2,500 square foot, way too much for me and my son and my millions of bunnies. It's just too much. I really hope to downsize soon, but I came up here for a job. It's kind of a long story. I moved into this house before I even saw it. My dad found it for me because I only had like a month. I got this great job that ended up not being so great. And I only had a month. It was a former classmate of mine who made me the job offer. It was in what I was doing at that time, which was site acquisition for telecom companies, which is when I was able to deliver you so much information about the Chris Watts forensic cellular data. Anyway, jack of all trades. What do they say? Jack of all trades, something of none. But I do think I'm an expert in teaching yoga, but that might be the only thing I really consider myself an expert in. Do you hear that, Dave? Seeking Truth with Dave used to hate it when I talked about that for some reason. Really got under his nasty skin. And by the way, if you're out there, you better leave my moderators alone because I know what you're doing. It's not okay. And I will be putting an end to it the same way I put an end to you harassing me. So leave them alone. Some terrible people out there. But anyway, back to the butt splinter that Angel D apparently has. Oh, Truth Exposed is coming up. Let me just finish my butt splinter story, but it's not really butt splinter story. Then I'm going to grab you, honey. I want you to have to get in on this one. It's messy. So anyway, I was cleaning out my rain gutters and it was really hot out. It was an August day. And so I was wearing just like little shorts and like a tank top, like not enough clothing for all the crap that was probably falling out on me. I remember just like itching everywhere. I don't even know what was in those rain gutters. I've cleaned them out since then. And then I decided I was going to get a professional to do it because I clearly didn't know what I was doing. But anyway, I got bit by a brown recluse, and I believe it was from the rain gutters. When I got bit by the brown recluse, I had to do this whole like reporting for a long time with the CDC because apparently in the area where I live, brown recluses were dangers that were moving from the south, like up yonder, if you don't know what they are. This is why I told you before, I never was an arachnophobe before this, and I'm truly have arachnophobia. I'm paralyzed when I see those tiny little spiders. It's terrible. I hate it, but I can't quite get over it. So I got bit. It was like on the top of my butt cheek by one of those little buggers, and it became so super painful. And so that boyfriend that just called me, I haven't talked to in years, came over and he was like, "Oh my God, Kelly, that looks awful. You need to like get to the emergency room now." So it was one thing he was right about. I did get to the emergency right then. They had to lance it and like suck out all the venom or whatever. I still have a nasty scar from it. Luckily, it's not something you can see, but it's on my butt. And it was so incredibly painful. And the guy's such an asshole. So the next day he wanted me to go to a wedding with him, and his grandma was going too. And he drove a truck, and he actually had a few cars, but he was choosing to drive the truck because he didn't want to put miles on his nicer cars or whatever. So I had to sit in one of those little benches. It was just like Chris Watt's work truck. So I had to sit on that little bench in the back seat, but I couldn't put any weight on one butt cheek. So 5-hour drive to this freaking wedding, I had to sit on one butt cheek, and it was so painful. That story fell flat. But let me bring Truth Exposed up. Hi, Truth Exposed. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good.
I've been hearing you having a little trouble from some people.
I have been, yes. Yep, that's right.
I showed up late, so I didn't get the scoop, the complete scoop. But I'll go back and watch. I'll go back and watch.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make you waste your time repeating yourself.
No, I put out a little short video today that explains it a little. I don't mention the channel because I don't want to by any means like promote that channel,
Right.
but it just kind of explains it. But it's just, the normal YouTube stuff. And I typically try to not respond to those things. And usually they don't even get under my skin. But in this case, the person was, calling into question my professional ethics, like meaning not only with YouTube, but with my job and my, and it was just all false information. So I really felt that, the person was attacking on a level that I needed to defend, and also to in fact defend the integrity of the case and the people that I've spoken to. So,
I also wanted to thank whoever gifted me a membership. That was pretty cool. Because I've been treated really bad by a lot of channels.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's okay. There was a couple of mods that got it in their mind that I was a troll, and then word creeped through Modville that I was a troll, and so every time I walked into a room, I got canceled.
You know what? I've always noticed your comments just on videos, and I've told you this before. I always really appreciate them because they are so incredibly insightful. And I, honest to God, I don't remember who had mentioned it to me, and it was like something like "look out for," and I was like, "No way!" I was like, "I love Truth Exposed. I like it." Like there's some people where I get happy.
I'm going to tell you why they all got mad at me. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. It started when I first started the true crime stuff on YouTube. It was during the Caldy Russell case, and the reason why I came on is because I knew a lot of inside information nobody had, and the cops wouldn't giving it to anybody yet.
Okay.
Because in Birmingham, there's certain circles they gossip a lot.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's just like any other, hometown. The word flies all over the street before the police ever get it.
Sure. So you're near where she's from.
Oh yeah, I'm from Birmingham.
Okay.
Yeah, we just got through. One of my friends helped solve the Mahogany Jackson case.
Oh wow, that's
the
amazing.
Police, the police they didn't really. because of Carly Russell, I don't think they jumped on that case as quick as they should have.
Right, because they had like a boy who cried wolf, but a woman who
Right.
cried
It was
wolf.
a boy who
Yeah.
cried wolf situation, and then when this girl came up missing, the police didn't take it as seriously as they should have.
Yeah. Okay,
And
that makes sense.
that was awful. They tortured that girl for a solid 24 hours.
And that's one of the big dangers of the person who cries wolf, right? Is that, even if people, don't try to let them affect it that way, it just kind of innately has an impact on people. It desensitizes you a little bit.
Well, yeah, but the cops
But the authorities should do their job, right? Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
it wouldn't have, they should have showed up over there and knocked on that door and said, look, we have a welfare check. We have a 911 call. This location, we're coming in. It's not like they didn't have probable cause to walk into that apartment.
Right.
So the Birmingham police dropped the ball on that. I don't care what anybody, I don't care black, white, brown, or indifferent. They dropped the ball.
That's how it should be. Amen to that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, totally.
I got on John's channel because I was treated so badly by these other rooms. Now, when they started up their conspiracy about the timeline was wrong, I've been in sports medicine for 28 years.
Awesome.
I have friends that are x-ray techs and all of this. And, we talk about new technologies and stuff at lunch. So yeah. When people started saying this timeline was wrong and they was griping at the coroner,
are you talking about this case, the Idaho case now, or a different case?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Idaho case.
Yep.
When people were upset about the coroner showing up at 5:00, it blew my mind that people had such a strong opinion but didn't know shit about operating procedure. And I'm sorry for saying that. I'm sorry for cussing, but it really gets on my nerves.
Okay. You're okay. It's okay. And yes, it is. By the way, it is Truth Exposed who's up there. I just put that down there as a banner because people can't see it's you and they were asking. So you have some fans. Yeah, people like your name too. Well, and someone else, Sirius Black says Truth Exposed is a smart person. Indeed. And also Sarcasm for Fun. Thank you for gifting another 10 memberships. That's absolutely insanely generous. I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's just so generous of Sarcasm for Fun. So.
Oh, I'm not going to stop you from giving everybody their attaboys and attagirls.
Yeah. No. But go ahead. I'm actually really interested in this topic that you're talking about because.
But see, what blew my mind is every time I walked into a room and they started talking about they was building complete conspiracies out of the timeline being wrong, and I'm trying to tell everybody, look, it can't be wrong because they use molecular pathology to measure decomp rates in tissues and cells. It only has a 45-minute margin of error. Police always start with the science first.
Yeah.
Because science doesn't have a dog in the fight, and science is not a suspect.
Oh my God. Amen. Well said. Well said.
So they start with that. There's no way in the world that they could have died before 3:45 or after 4:30. So you take that and then you start diving into the cell phones. And that's how you narrow it down.
Right. You start with the science and then you look at the facts and then the circumstantial.
The fact that I said that and the fact that I dropped a study about it in chat got me hidden and blocked from so many of these conspiracy channels. It would make your head spin. And then they couldn't stand me. So, I hooked up with John, and me and John started talking about this because he knows about the cop stuff, right? And I knew about the medical stuff. And I said, and it can't be more than 2 people that committed this crime.
And now, do you have a channel?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you've been on. So Detective John has a channel.
I come on panel, and I'm a mod.
Awesome, cool. So awesome. I just wanted to link your channel if you had it. But we love you here. We love you here. So
yeah, this is just something. Thank you. This is just something that I do in my free time. But,
very good. Okay.
But when it comes to people thinking there was more than one person involved in that case, and that's false too, because science. They shoot contrast medium into the wounds And the shape and size of that knife and the trajectory of those wounds lights up like a PET scan.
Wow. Oh my
Like
God. Can you
cancer under a
explain that
PET
a little
scan.
more for us? Because I honestly don't know anything about it. I would love to know as much as you can tell us about this.
Well, I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link about it in chat.
Okay. Okay.
Not
cool.
not the link, but the study title.
Okay. A veteran. What are you a sports? Can you tell me what you are again? I'm just putting it in the thing on the banner.
Sports medicine, PT, and well, I've got a double degree. It's PT and massage therapy.
Cool.
I work on a lot of athletes that are trying to heal something that's on borderline needing surgery, and they don't want surgery. Good. There's a lot of people that are scared of surgery.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I worked with well, it was a sports medicine doctor in Philadelphia. I know he was famous in our region. Dick Roth. Oh my God, why can't I think of his last name? Rothman was his last name. And I was his private yoga instructor for a while. Then I started to work in a therapeutic level, not in a like fluffy, like Om Kumbaya level, but in a working the anatomy, like kind of level with him. And it was so amazing. And the things that you can do for people that would otherwise need to undergo these really traumatic psychologically and traumatic physically surgeries to prevent them from having to go through that is amazing. It's great work you do.
Well, I mean, you do yoga, right? I mean, you kind of do. You know about the same things that I do, even though you're not in a hospital.
Yeah. It sounds as though you definitely know things in a more scientific medical manner, as you should. But that's amazing. That's so interesting to me.
You just pick that crap up when you have to hang out with doctors all day. But anyway, I learn more from the nurses, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, that's fine. Nurses are great. Nurses, seems to me like I know I've heard it said before, but really nurses are almost like doctors without all the glory and all the student loan payments.
Well, anyway, here's that study title. Now, when they do this to a body, when they do this to someone that's deceased, the image in the shape of that blade lights up like cancer on a PET scan. They can tell the trajectory of that knife and whether that suspect was right or left-handed. That's not all they can tell.
Okay.
Now, a K-bar knife is made of 1095 Crowbond steel, and the reason why I know that's because my dad was a butcher for 47 years. No butcher in the world would ever use 1095 Crowbond steel to butcher anything with because it will not hold an edge.
Okay.
The blade dulls very fast.
Now, are you able to put the link to that
when these medical examiners are looking at each one of these victims from victim to victim, they can't tell that blade's dulling because they can. It's silly to think they can't, because have you ever tried to cut a tomato with a dull knife?
Right.
Okay, well, it's the same concept.
Like that.
It's just flesh.
Okay.
That's why when people say there were so many different, but there was different wounds. Of course, there's different wounds. It's going to cause different wounds as that blade dulls.
Of course, they're not going to be like copycat wounds.
Plus, there's two different types of K-bar knives. There's two different models. One has a blade that's half serrated. It's half serrated and it's half razor sharp. Okay, now that particular knife is going to make 4 different wounds as it dulls. There's going to be rips. There's going to be tears. It's not going to, and then even the regular model is going to make 3.
Right.
So there's no way there was 2 different weapons. And here's the study title. I'm going to drop it. Now,
thank you. Awesome.
This is accurate. When they do this, this method is accurate to the tune of 95%.
Okay.
And they have been doing this since 2016.
This is so interesting. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I just wanted to come on here and say hey to everybody. And Angel D, I'm not mad at you. I was just highly, I have PTSD. So when I was being crap canned by people for absolutely no reason, it was to a point where I would come in and someone would start with me and I wouldn't say anything back to them. And as soon as I finally got fed up with the mods not doing something about it, I would say something and then I would be the one blocked. That's what it ended up. I mean, it was just over and over and over again.
I'm
But
really sorry that happened.
anytime I challenged anybody's crazy conspiracy with science, I got blocked every time. And I wasn't being mean to anybody. It's just, you can say the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came through the frat boy fight tunnels if you want to. It's not going to make it true, no matter how dramatic you make your damn video.
I love that. That's what the Teenage Mutant. That's so funny.
But anyway, I'm gonna let you go, and I just wanted to stop by and say, hey, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're catching hell from other channels, but that's just. I guess that's just part of the course.
Yeah, I know. It is just part of it. Really and truly, I really am sorry that you've been treated that way. And I just want you to know that you're always welcome here. And I appreciate you so much. I really do look for your comments. And when I see them, if I'm like at work and I don't have time, I star them so I can read it later. And I really appreciate everything you have to contribute very much. So just know that you're always welcome and appreciated.
Oh, you're welcome. And I just wanted to run this by everybody. Everybody that is mad at the coroner is an RN. She has a law degree. She goes in after CSI has done most of their work, because CSI is not allowed to move the body until the coroner is present. And the coroner can't take the body out till CSI is done with their work. It's like both of them have to sign off on it, because the bodies are evidence theirself. It is the chain of command. So anybody that's mad at the coroner, Kathy, for not getting there until 5 o'clock, just there's no reason for you. You're getting upset for no reason.
Right. Okay, that makes good sense.
If you've been dead less than 50 hours or longer than 5, molecular pathology measures decomp rates in the tissues and cells, and it only has a 45-minute margin of error.
Yeah, and here's a really amazingly scientific study that you linked to show all that. I'm definitely going to read that later.
That's about the knife wounds.
Oh, okay.
I'll leave you the other. I'll leave you.
Yeah, no, please do. Yeah, either leave it in chat or email me.
I'll leave it in your comment section when the live's over.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Have a nice night.
Wait, I have one question for you. I have one question for you, if you don't mind. What do you think? I don't so much have a problem with the coroner, and I do get down on the coroner. I'm going to admit, I do get down on the coroner, red-handed here. I haven't about that particular topic. And I see you, Double R. Just give me 1 second, sweetheart. But my problem is this, and I don't know if you would be able to speak to this or not, that the person who was the lead investigator on the case, who was Brett Payne, didn't even arrive on the scene until 4 o'clock after a lot of work had already been done by the lab technicians from the Idaho State Police. Do you have any thoughts about that? Do you think that's proper or improper, neither here nor there?
Well, I mean, what's it going to change if he shows up early opposed to showing up later? What's going to change?
Well, I mean, I guess just maybe firsthand knowledge of how things were done.
If he's covered, it depends on what he's having to cover. This guy could have been off work in the middle of the woods in a deer stand.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody's assuming this guy happened to be on duty and he just lollygagged and didn't show up till, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of factors that can come into play when you're.
That's true. That's true. You're right. He may not have been there. I know one thing that, because I had made statements about that recently even, and one thing I kind of relied on was I really respect, and I can't even think of his name now, the creator of the Interview Room. My brain starts to get a little fuzzy this time of night. Why can't I remember his name? Somebody knows his name. Oh my God.
McDonough.
Yes, that's right, McDonough. Yes, and he was talking about this issue, and with his wife Karen, who was she was a crime reporter, and she was also a spokesperson for a police department, but like a press spokesperson. Can't think of what that's called either. My brain at this time of night. But anyway, they were talking, and she said, "Well, sweetie, tell them what you told me about when you would need to be on a crime scene." And his assertion was, within an hour, and that includes, you might get a call in the middle of the night, like we had to wear suits, you'd go shower, you get your suit on, the travel time, you'd be there in an hour. And then my cousin is a New York State trooper detective, has been for a long time. And I just happened to see him around the time of my dad's funeral. And we were just talking about things not having to do with death, thankfully. And I guess it was ultimately about death because I asked him that same question and he said, oh, well, within an hour, so, I mean, and that's all that I have to go on as far as professionals that might know anything about that. But I just wanted to know what your opinion was. And thank you for sharing.
Another thing. I wanted to.
Yeah.
I wanted to.
Go right ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say.
I know. See, this happens.
Yeah, I take gummies for my PTSD instead of SSRIs, and I just don't believe in. I don't believe in drugs, like drugs like pharmaceuticals. I just I try to stay away from them.
I had to take SSRIs, and no, if anyone is on SSRIs, like for whatever you are taking them for as a therapy, I wish you all the best of healing, and I hope it works. My personal experience with it was SSRIs, and I hope this doesn't alarm anyone. When I decided I wanted to stop taking them, I had like the side effects because I was chemically dependent on them. It's not like, and I also then learned what's the difference between chemical dependency and addiction, because they don't have an addictive property, but I've been taking them for like 3 or 4 years.
Your brain gets used to it.
Yes. And I felt, oh my God.
You mentally need it. It's because your brain needs
relies upon it. Yeah. And I would get these, like, I called them like, they were like zaps. Like it was almost like Tourette's. I'd be like, just doing nothing, walking down the street, like, zzz, and I'd feel this like charge up my spine. And it was a really bad feeling. I would never want to go through that again.
I remember what I was going to say about the house being torn down. I don't agree with Chris on the house being torn down because this is a different day and age. It's easy to take a jury to, let's say, what is that? The Murdaugh case?
Yeah.
Because that house was in a rural area. You wouldn't have had a lot of onlookers or people on the side of the street gawking. Sure. You know what I mean? So when you look at a case like the Idaho 4, you got this jury that you've got to take to a place where that you can't control the perimeter and people with cameras. And you might have a situation where one of these people on the sidelines takes a picture of one of these jurors and doxes the hell out of them online and causes a mistrial.
Well, that's a really good point.
So, I mean, they were never going to let a jury field trip to that house because of that particular reason. Protecting the jury is paramount.
That's a really good point. That's a good point there. Like, I just want to play this little bit of a video since you mentioned that, because protecting a jury is paramount. Now, this just in this little, it's only like 2 minutes. This is the problem that I've had with it from the beginning, and I still do have with it. And if you don't mind, I'd just like to see what you have to say about this.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, wait, hold it. I'm sorry. I didn't bring it into, hold it. Wait, just 1 second. I didn't bring it in. I was playing it and I didn't bring it into the stream. My bad. Sorry. Just 1 minute. And then I'd like to hear what you have to say about this also, Double R. So be watching, my friend. So this is an issue that I feel could exist with not, I think tearing the house down was bad. And this is basically, this is the biggest reason why I'm going to say it.
Check, can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, I can hear you, friend. Make sure you only got the stream playing in the back. Check one. You're awesome. Thanks for coming up.
I wouldn't, where I'm standing right now, be able to safely make my way to the front door because there's a steep drop off here with the road and where the property is, but I'm only about 15 yards from that front door right there. Inside this front door to the immediate left is a staircase that leads up to the second level. You can see through this window the good vibes, neon lights. That is the living room area of this home where that staircase leads. And I continue, of course, can walk up this hill along the side of the home, following the police tape. And as I do, I become closer and closer to this home. So other than this yellow crime scene tape, which right here, I could easily just step onto this property without any sort of barrier. I've now made my way up the hill where you can see the back of the home. This balcony is the third floor of the home. These windows next to the balcony, I believe, is a bedroom, possibly where one or two of the victims were found stabbed to death. If my photographer moves down to the second floor here, which would be ground level because, again, this house is built into a hill. I believe that's also a bedroom on the second floor next to the kitchen. And from where I'm standing right here on this public road, I can easily see into any of these windows.
That brings me to the issue of Mrs. Chapin. Ethan Chapin's mom, Stacy, has given that statement to me saying that, we're okay with this at this point. We agree with the university. We think it's in the best interest of the kids who are there, including her 2 kids and the community as a whole. What are your thoughts about that?
I totally respect it. I get it. I have leaked footage. I've seen things that they may have not seen. I know for a fact the path that this white salon, this car took. And people are going to wonder what he was doing when he parks in certain locations for extended amount of time. What was he looking at? I want to know what he was looking at. And I don't know how you can see what this man was looking at without the house being there. What windows was he peering into? Why did he pick that location to stop at? Why did he keep going back to these certain locations? And I don't know about the other 12 or 13 times that he was there. I just know of the day that this happened in the footage that was given to me.
Yeah, so that basically, I forgot, I thought I put my own commentary in that video, but I didn't. But so Truth Exposed, and also in comments, I hope you see all the people that are really loving you on panel here. They appreciate you too. So I want to see, what do you have to say about that aspect of it? Truth Exposed, that without the house being there, there are videos out there that show the car that they believe is a suspect vehicle number 1, and talking about, some of the things that I've learned from the 2 guys from the University of Idaho. One of the things that we were going to go forward with that we put a halt on because everybody realized that this might be something that actually was infringing upon the gag order is I did have a privilege of seeing a portion, not the entire thing by any means, but a small portion of the video from, I always say 1122, but 111 to 1112 King Road. It does exist. It is remarkably clear as far as security camera footage goes. They were considering releasing a portion of it because they do own it. And then they wanted me to release it, but that's something I pulled back on. It's a number of things that I pulled back on because it was too much information. But anyway, with that being said, you can see, I will tell you this, from that recording, you can see a lot more than we already know about at this point that's been made public about the movements and the behavior of suspect vehicle number 1. One of those things, and partly, having seen that, it makes me feel like, God, without the house there might be, they might have captured images from that security camera that were, okay, the car stopped there. Obviously, it's for a reason. They're behaving weird. What are they doing? Well, probably they're looking into the house, and were that house to still be standing, they could measure the angles, see what it was the person was looking at. So what do you think about that?
I think they're going to be able to reenact all of that with the officers. Yes.
Okay.
And the people that can't do it, they're going to be able to see a video rendition of it.
Okay.
Because they showed up on scene. They took pictures and video and scans when the house had furniture right after the crime happened. And then they came back and did everything all over again after it was empty before it got tore down. So,
okay.
They're going to be able to add the stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So, well, I'm relieved to hear that because I truly worry about that.
And a lot of people was even John said something about, I can't believe they didn't wear booties into that house. Well, they did. There's video of cops coming out of that house and taking booties off of their shoes.
I've seen that for sure. I haven't even mentioned that because I've seen that. I've seen that more than I've not seen it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some people said, well, they weren't wearing any protective gear when they went in. Yeah, they were.
Yeah. They were.
They wouldn't wearing the same biohazard suits that they were wearing on Rex Humerman's property, of course. But
yeah,
I mean, they were still wearing protective gear and stuff.
Yeah, no, I
people
saw
got
that
mad
too.
at that lady for sneezing into her sleeve. Well, was she supposed to
What are you
sneeze into
supposed
the
to do?
crime scene?
I
Is she supposed to
know.
sneeze into the crime scene? How are you going to stop a sneeze?
Right. I know. I mean,
mean,
what can you
my
do?
goodness, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
This
No,
is,
I
this is
agree with
why
you.
crime scene techs have their DNA taken when they get a job, so their DNA can be
Right.
excluded from whatever
That's a
they
really
collect.
important point. That's a really important point. Yeah, so that's a really important point. I honestly had not even thought of in relation to this case. And then also, you know, in kind of complimenting what you're saying is Stephanie, and welcome Stephanie. How are you doing? Stephanie Fentner says they also flew drones,
Steve
which
said
I'm hoping.
Steve
Sorry.
said there's a video. I'm so sorry for cutting you off. My computer's
No, go ahead.
lagging so bad.
Okay, you're all right. You're good. Go ahead.
Steve in text said that there was an unreleased cam that shows him parking on that side street and getting out and going into that house through that cut in the woods.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm sorry for all the pro burgers, but, you know, his ass is toast.
I know. That's how I feel about it too. And what I believe that.
And I mean, conspiracies after all this science is laid out and some of these facts, I mean, and, you know, and the people that say he was framed, it just blows my mind. You know, it has to be the most incompetent frame job in the history of frame jobs.
Right.
I mean, you got 5 different agencies involved, and some dumbass drops the ball on, you know, planting evidence in his car, his apartment, his parents' house. You know,
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
that shit doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I know. I don't either.
They were going to frame somebody for this crime. They could have easily done it on Brent.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. They could have. Absolutely, they could have. Truth and Translucent. And hi, Truth and Translucent. Another creator that has a channel here says that she thinks he was framed. If you want to come up and speak to that, Truth and Translucent, you're more than welcome to. I'll put the link to
Truth
panel
and Translucent. Truth and Translucent. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Who forced Brian to buy K-Bar online? Who forced Brian to buy Dickies coveralls that don't have belt loops? There's a really good reason why he dropped that sheath that night. And it's because Dickies coveralls that he ordered do not have belt loops. They're coveralls.
Do they make ones with belt loops?
They zip up.
Okay,
the front.
yeah. Right. All of them do, yeah. Right. Well, that makes a lot of sense.
So you stick a 13-inch knife sheath in your pocket, and mind you, he had to carry the sheath because he didn't know if he was going to need 2 hands to get inside that house.
Absolutely.
I mean,
well, my God, I would almost feel like maybe I'm just timid of knives, but anytime you're carrying a K-Bar knife, I'd want that mother effer to be in a sheath, that's for sure.
Right. I mean, he can't put a bare knife in his pocket like that for fear that he's going to cut himself and get DNA on the blade.
Absolutely.
You can't put it between your teeth because you might get saliva on the scene. So you have to carry the sheath. Now, if you jump on top of the 2 girls in the bed that's under a blanket and your weight pins them down under that blanket, you know, that sheath just might come out of your pocket.
Absolutely.
So,
great point.
You know, I mean, these folks, and they wonder why nobody screamed, and it just drives me nuts because...
Well, couldn't he have easily delivered an injury that would render them incapable of screaming?
Yes, how many nurses are in this chat right now? How many nurses know if lungs get punctured, you can't scream?
Yeah.
Vocal cords only work when you can push air over them.
And from my understanding, I mean, I truly don't know in all honesty a lot about weapons or knives, but a K-Bar knife is a kind of knife that could easily deliver a wound that could cut through not only the flesh, but connective tissue. And some people even said bone that could certainly deliver a blow to a lung that would render a person incapable of making sound.
Oh yeah, I mean, you slash somebody's neck, you can slash somebody's neck, or you could stab their lungs. There's even vertebrae in the spine. If you hit it, your chest muscles will fail to work because you know your chest muscles and your rib cage muscles, they work in. If you do yoga, you know they work in sync with your diaphragm to pull air in and push air out.
I mean, I think even your diaphragm being like having a grave injury would make you not able. I'm not sure about that, but I think there's a lot of injuries.
It's a 7-inch blade, and he had the element of surprise. While people think that these kids had time to scream, I have no idea.
They were in their most vulnerable state, having been drinking, even being young people who are drinking. So it's not like they're older people who have been throwing back a few on the weekends for a long time and they can maybe handle their liquor a little more because the tolerance is built up. They're young people who were intoxicated and sleeping.
Well, back to this being framed thing. What other suspect can you think of that has training in going into a crime scene without taking DNA with him and leaving a crime scene without taking DNA out with him?
Right.
That's what his training was in.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, if he wouldn't have dropped that knife sheath, it would have been the only thing he got right.
And it is so, I've heard, people like Kofendaffer and some other people who've been like, experienced crime scene people. I don't know if you're still here, Aunt Alexis, what you think about this is that in order to get away with murder, in this day and age, you literally have to be batting 1,000. You need to literally commit the perfect crime with not one single mistake, but that one single mistake is going to do you in. And it seems like, people talk about the lack of evidence and whatnot, but it seems like, he did commit or make very few mistakes considering the magnitude of the crime, maybe indicating the fact that this was somebody with some knowledge maybe of how to go about doing that.
He should have put more thought into it. He should have went and bought a classic car like 3 years ago and stuck it in his garage.
Yeah, or should not have done it.
And left his phone at home.
The phone just boggles my mind. I really quick want to read this one.
The smart ass thought he could turn it on airplane mode and get away with this. He's crazy.
I know, and I'm telling you guys, when that CAST report comes out, that's going to be the CAST.
And that's
report,
what people don't understand about CAST. CAST was used by the military way before it was used for civilians.
Yes.
And what they used to locate big bona fide terrorists and send a drone over there to knock it out. Yep. That's what CAST was used for. So
it is the most tried and true forensic cellular technology that exists in the universe.
People have no idea. They really don't. Yeah. They think this is just about some pings.
Right. It's so far beyond that. It's just, I know.
I'm gonna let the other panel members get a chance to talk.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna jump back in chat, and y'all have a good night. And thanks a lot.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for my membership.
Yes, you're so welcome. Oh, Double R, darn it, go hop back down and come back up unless you meant to go down, Double R. I'm so sorry it took me so long to get to you. And then come back up, Double R. And then hi, Jazz. How you doing?
I'm good. I feel bad for Double R. He was hanging out for so long.
I know. Please come back, Double R. I'm so sorry. It was just Truth Exposed. It had like so much expertise on that. I just wanted to be able to get her to say everything because it sounded like she was a little hesitant. She's been treated badly by people who want to go down. I'm sorry, Double R. Please come back up. So let me just read this comment by Stephanie Fettner super quick because it was kind of complimenting what Truth Exposed was saying. And thank you, Truth Exposed. I really appreciate all of the expertise and information you just gave us. That was really wonderful. Stephanie says they also flew drones, which I'm hoping show those views from different spots to the house. So that was in response to what I was talking about, what my biggest fear is because they've raised the house and it's no longer there. But that's a good point too, Stephanie. What do you think about all this, Jazz? Justice A through Z?
I don't even like talking about the Idaho 4 case these days. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Here, let's let him talk real quick so you don't feel bad. He's sensitive.
Absolutely.
Sometimes.
Yes.
Hi, Double R. How you doing?
Hey, welcome back. You're tuned in at 106.9. Go ahead. You're the first caller.
Oh, it's so funny. What's going on? What are you thinking, my friend?
Nothing much. I just thought I'd have to get on here. It's been a couple months, so I just wanted to see if you needed my
You're just trying to save me because no one was coming up, right? I know.
Well, I mean, I had some time. Yeah, my avatar was up, but I was folding up my air balloon for the night.
Gosh.
Anyway.
Double R once pulled this stunt where he told us in chat that he was like on a date or something or other in an air balloon and he didn't know how to land it. That's what you said. And
I did.
And people were like panicking, like people really thought that this was happening, but it was just.
But somebody called me out. Somebody called me out and said, my dad flew a hot air balloon. She asked me, "Are you with helium or something?" I was like, "Yeah, that's what I use." And then, I failed my test, so I have to redo it again.
That's right. Yeah. I
anyway,
know.
My bad. But what do you want to know?
Well, just tell me something you think about this case. What do you think about them tearing down the house?
Not a good idea.
Why?
Gonsalves, the father said the exact thing that I was thinking. You don't get to look at his perspective. You don't get to see from his vantage point if you tear it down. You don't get
Right.
to walk in. You know what I mean? I don't know what the rush was, but
Yeah, that's my big concern was just that I think that there's so much, like I said, just that small portion of that one video that I've seen a small portion of from 11/12.
right.
Guys, when you see it, it is remarkably clear for security camera footage. Now, I did not see anything, and I don't know if it exists in that footage that would positively identify the car as being Koberger's car or rule it out. I'm sure it's not ruling it out at this point, but as far as just like detail of where it's going, what it's doing, the shape of it, it's remarkably clear. And I think there's so much of that footage that's going to come forth where we're going to want to say, hey, why was it right at that particular point where that person wanted to stop, and what were they looking at? But like Stephanie Fettner said, and like Truth Exposed was saying, there might be other ways they could do that, but I just still feel like I wish they didn't tear it down. Now, like what I did learn from the two guys that I've been talking to is what they said is their feeling, and they said that literally everyone they talked to shares this feeling. Of course they don't like looking at that house. It's a big, terrible reminder of this horrible thing that happened. But what's more important to them is that their friends ultimately receive justice, and they'd rather have it up than have it tore down if it even risks in the smallest way, if it even risks the possibility of justice for their friends. What do you think about that, Justice A through Z?
Yeah, I think it's terrible that they tore it down, but I can't help but go back to some real basic fundamentals, and until there's answers, I just don't see the point in getting into the case. So this is the one that I go back to again and again, and it's almost ridiculous. But when Koberger interviewed for the fellowship on April 12th of 2022 with Chief Jenkins at Pullman Police Department, for the Pullman Police Department to claim that they have no record of anything past the interview and the emails that were sent back and forth that day is the most ludicrous crap in the world. I think that they hired him. I think that Pullman PD hired Koberger. Otherwise, why not disclose whatever the heck they have? Because they have record. There's no way they don't have record. So if they hired him, why not just say that they hired him?
Well, okay.
And if they didn't hire him, why not just say they didn't hire him?
Right. Well, I mean, where and when, how did you learn? Because this is, I guess, something that I don't have a lot of knowledge of. Please excuse my naivete. How did you learn that they said that they have no further record of any of that?
Oh, it's been, it's just been all over the internet for a year. That's their claim is that they have no.
Oh no, she just dropped off. Darn it. Just in the middle of the juicy answer to the question. Come back up, Justice A through Z. I don't want to say anything more about that until she comes back up, because she and I have talked about this before. And when we talked about it, we didn't totally agree on it, but that's okay. Justice A through Z and I love, yes, I can. I love her. And actually, when it comes down to it, she and I don't agree on like a whole lot, but that's okay because we always have good discussions. I'm going to bring her back up. Okay, I'm sorry, my love. You were in the middle of saying, you said it's been on the internet for a while. Like it's just been around.
I tripped and fell off.
Oh no, are you okay?
I'm kidding. I fell off the interface, the interweb. So yeah, the information is that he had the 45-minute Zoom interview with Chief Jenkins, and then they both emailed each other back and forth saying, great interview. He was one of 4 candidates for that fellowship position that they fill every year. That fellowship position was to start on August 22nd of 2022.
And this is the Pullman Police Department?
This was Pullman Police Department. So Chief Jenkins, shortly thereafter, resigned from being the police chief for Pullman. He'd been there for, I think, accumulatively, he had 50 years experience. I don't know exactly how long he'd been the police chief there, but anyway, he retired so that he would be available to then become the interim chief at Wazoo. Because if you know about how Washington State University had their entire command staff on a paid administrative leave, under investigation, getting reprimanded, but they all resigned. You're familiar with that, right?
Yes, you know more about that than I do. I've learned about some of that from you.
So
do you want to talk more about that?
Sure. The three of them, the police chief, the assistant chief, and the captain at Wazoo, were all being punished by the university for not handling a essay from I call it an essay. The complaint was somebody who, it may or may not have been consensual, but the officer was on the clock. He did this habitually, not just with this person, but with many people. So to me, even if it was consensual, is immaterial. You don't do that when you're on the clock. You don't do that with your spouse when you're on the clock.
Absolutely. You're right.
So,
you're not doing your job if you're right.
It's insane. It's insane. So anyway, the university basically were punishing the administration for that. And so they all basically resigned, and Jenkins was hired to be the interim chief. However, he had similar situations happen in his department when he was the chief for Pullman PD. So, so the guy, and I should know his name. I want to say it's Matthew Kern, but maybe I should look it up. The guy who was basically responsible for the entire administrative staff losing their jobs, he didn't resign until November 4th. So 9 days before this tragedy. It's just curious.
That is curious. Now, do you mind if I... Oh, go ahead, sweetie.
Well, people tried to float that whole crazy letter from that redhead Gigi about that Koberger did this crime because he was a disgruntled employee type of thing. It's like, if you really want to talk about disgruntled employees, I would look at the 4 people from Wazoo. But I'm not saying that they did anything. I'm just saying who was hired for that fellowship at Pullman PD.
Well, here, I found a couple little media bits about that. So let's see if we can find any information there. And Sunny Spirit, I see you. I'll grab you in just a minute, my friend. Oops.
Share my thoughts and excitement. Chief Jenkins, it was a great pleasure to meet with you today and share my thoughts and excitement regarding the research assistantship for public safety. I look forward to hearing from you soon. Best regards, Brian. He applied for this internship for fall 2022. Obviously, just very, very strange to think about what we know now. The fact that he was having these intimate meetings with the police department, emailing the police chief.
Okay, so there's that. And then let me just see if I can find anything else here that's like a little more juicy. Same thing. Brian Koberger sent gushing emails to his interview. Let's see. Trying to find something that's a little off the beaten path reporting source here. Oh, well, it's an audio, but let me bring this in. And then I'm going to bring you up right in a second here, Sunny Spirit. Let me just bring this in. Oh, and Double R, I'm glad you're back. Oh, no, yeah, Double R is back. How are you doing, Double R?
Hey, welcome back to 106.9. This is Roxy Obsession. Sorry about the
You're
commercial.
good. Will you do
I
an
know,
intro
that's what I
for
went to
me?
school for. That's what I went to
Oh,
school
by the
for.
way, Double R makes really great art that I want to feature sometime on this channel.
I will
Have you
do it live. I'll do it live behind you for a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. No, that would be great. I would like that. Here,
That'd
let
be
me just.
great.
Yeah, it'd be great. Here, let me play this like little
Yeah.
audio clip for a sec here. Maybe we'll.
Okay.
I mean, do you? Okay. Wait.
So, and the officer is Matthew Kurt,
Correct.
KUHRT.
Thank you. All right, I will look that up
Chronic
too.
joint pain is a reality for many of us. Knowing where to go is a critical first step toward recovery.
With you. Make your next turn with one of our 300-plus programs at ASU. #1 in innovation for 9 consecutive.
The police department.
Okay.
Now, interview with the Pullman police chief, and he was looking to get a job in the criminology department there and work for the police department. Now, think about how terrifying that is with all of the hindsight that we have available to us. But we have to remember that this police chief had no idea that Brian Koberger was an alleged murderer, right? He thought he was dealing with a potential PhD criminology student that was going to make his department better, that was going to help his department capture people like who the government says Brian Koberger is. So the police chief, he's under the impression that he's getting a quality employee, but underneath the surface, that second face just can't wait to reveal itself. And how many other sick bastards out there are in positions of power? How many of them are in law enforcement? How many people who might harbor these kinds of desires, but so far have been able to keep them deep down, are in positions where they have access to public records? It's pretty scary when you think about it. Now, we know that the vast majority of people investigating stuff like this are good people and they want to help out. But there's always going to be those outliers. There's always going to be people that are up to no good. And according to the government, that's exactly what Brian Koberger was. Now their job, meaning the government, is to prove to a jury and to the rest of us that what they say is true. So we'll have to see how that all breaks down. But in hindsight, when you look at his meeting with this police chief, it's pretty scary to think how close Brian Koberger was to getting that job. And we have to keep in mind, if it wasn't at Washington State, you mean to tell me that one of these other smaller police departments around the country wouldn't love to have a PhD student working for them as a criminologist? And we know what he said, meaning Koberger, about rural police departments. So you would think that even if he didn't get the job here, he would have looked for a job elsewhere if his desires, if his disgusting urges didn't get the best of him.
All right, so I haven't listened to that before. I'll listen to it again. It doesn't sound like they have any information more than what we've already said along the lines of what we're discussing. So the only thing that I do know about that is that he applied for that position, that Jenkins like wrote him back saying, you know, it was nice meeting with you, and that was the end of that. I truly, honestly, hadn't heard anything about, you know, any police department claiming there was no further record. I think when you and I had discussed this before, Justice A through Z, because I feel like the conversation was, you're like, well, why isn't there a record of him not getting a job? And my thought was, well, you know, if he didn't get a job, they don't really have to tell other people that. And it also is kind of a protected sort of HR personnel bit of information that might not even be available to, you know, pass around to the public due to privacy laws.
I can agree with you, except that they haven't said who got the job, and that would be public information.
Yeah.
But get this, Kelly, get this. Koberger was pulled over in Moscow for not wearing his seatbelt on August 21st.
Mm-hmm.
It's just interesting that that fellowship was set to start on August 22nd.
Huh. That's
It's
interesting.
just,
I mean, that is definitely interesting timing.
There's just too many weird coincidences like that. So Dan Hargraves was a sergeant with the Pullman PD who did some disgusting things with an 18-year-old student, completely violated her and was put on trial for that. So and it was a mistrial and she didn't want to go forward with it. But when that happened, Jenkins was his supervisor. And
Okay.
And that night when Hargraves did that disgusting stuff to that poor girl, he got together with his friend, the same dude from Wazoo, so that both of them, two police officers from two police departments. So Hargraves got put on trial for it, but that other guy that was previously mentioned, he didn't get put on trial for that. But what I'm saying is that Jenkins basically came in to be the hero at Wazoo to clean up their mess when he had the exact same mess at his workplace.
Hmm.
You know, so I mean, have you ever been to Pullman?
I know, no, not even
Okay,
close.
it is 100%, how do I say it appropriately, is 100% SA town. I've only been to 2 towns in my life that are SA towns, and that's one of them. And everybody there knows it. And I didn't realize until this case that it was the law enforcement that were taking part in creating that environment. But
Yikes. Well,
then I realized how stupid for me not to realize it previously, because if law enforcement was not a part of it, wouldn't they have put an end to it 40 years ago?
well, we would hope so, but that is not always the case. But those are really good points. Let me just get to the other panelists really
Absolutely,
quick.
absolutely.
And
Yes.
thank you for everything you said. And Twizzlestick, who's in chat right now, is actually lives in Pullman. So Twizzlestick, I would love for you to come up. I put the link in chat again.
And I don't mean to sound insulting. I mean, it's So I don't mean to sound insulting towards the town. It's a different culture there for sure.
Yeah, no, I can understand. There's some other there's places like that there. So hi, Sunny Spirit, how are you doing, my friend? What's on your mind?
I'm doing all right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. That's awesome. How you doing?
Good. I just I guess I just have so many questions that I think surround this case.
We've got an echo in here.
Oh, am I echoing?
Yes, yes.
No, double R is just messing with you. Stop that double R.
I'm being serious. No, I'm being serious. There was an echo. She turned on her
okay,
device.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Don't hey, I had a mic check. I'm good. Go ahead, sorry.
He's in a hot air balloon. Don't mind him. Go ahead.
It's folded.
I was on a little bit of a delay, so I wasn't sure if I was echoing, but there's just so many questions that I have about how somebody, I mean, yes, I understand that you can puncture somebody's lungs and they can't scream because their lungs get filled up with blood or air or whatever, but like there are 4 people that got brutally massacred, and the amount of, you know, I have followed this case for so long I don't even know where to start, but the amount of, and I don't, again, like none of us really know what's fact or not fact completely. It's all little things that have dribbled out from different places. But if Kaylee was truly stabbed as many times as I was informed that she was, that takes a lot of energy just for that one person. Like that's a ton of energy exerted, and that's a ton of fury. Like that's a very personal attack to do something like that. I mean, I've been mostly into cold cases my whole life, and I never even was on YouTube until I don't know, I got bored with some of the other Netflix and things, but I've watched a lot of detective shows like Detective Homicide Hunter. I don't know if anybody on here has watched him, but there are just so many, like even the detective questions that you were talking about earlier. Like, first of all, is what I was talking about to finish that thought. Like, you can't do that to 4 people. The only person that I know was drunk was Maddie. Kaylee was not impaired. I can see her on the camera footage that we've seen. And I'm an alcoholic in recovery, so I know what drunk looks like.
Right, sure. Yeah.
Kaylee was
And
very.
congratulations on being in recovery. That's amazing.
Oh, thank you. I just say that to say, like, I know what impaired looks like, and Kaylee was not impaired. And from things that have creeped out from her family, she was also very alert. You know, she was aware of her surroundings. She was aware of things that were going on. She was clearly, there was something going on in that town that she was in fear of. I mean, there are so many things that don't make sense to me. And then you've got Ethan, who is a very muscular, athletic, large, tall, athletic young man. I'm sorry, he is not silencing, even if he encounters those two separately, he is not silencing Ethan to the point right outside of Dylan's door that Dylan doesn't hear Ethan and him have a brawl out, take it to the next level. This guy is he is gonna have some injuries. Ethan is not going down like that without there being some.
I agree with you, and especially when he's there, of course, defending his own life and his girlfriend's life, who he loved very much. But I do want to, there's a couple things that I do know about Ethan, and I have talked about this before, and I don't talk about it just for the sake of talking about it. But since you bring this up, in response, to what you are saying, just some things to consider. And I'm not saying that you're wrong or right or anything, just some other pieces of information to factor in. I do know from the people that I have talked to who have absolutely had no bones about saying that Ethan was, Ethan drank, he liked his certain kinds of beers and drinks, and he was like a lot of college students, like a lot of fraternity members, partook in regularly, consuming alcohol. But they said that that night he was like sloshed. He had a lot to drink that night. So taking that into consideration, so that's obviously just going to impair his reaction time, his, level of consciousness, his ability to fight back. And again, I'm not trying to argue. I'm just saying these are things to factor in. And the other thing that I do know that I know has been, and I don't like to get into debate about this because it really is such a, such an intimate topic. No, I'm just saying like in general, I'm like, the trolls out there and whatnot. But, Ethan was not on the floor by the door, things other people have said. He was on on the bed. Yeah. So, which leads me to, and that will come out as a fact in trial.
So he was
some people want to die on the hill of saying that's not the case, but
passed out. Like that's what.
So that just leads me to believe that, well, we know that he was highly intoxicated, and I don't put any judgment on that. Let plenty of college students are drinking. And we also, Sonny just dropped down. So if you can come back up, please do. And second of all, we do know that he was found on the bed. So, that indicates to me that he may not have even barely woke up. Like, would I imagine, to be honest, and I don't know if this is how it went down. I basically, as far as that's concerned, now everything that I know about that, but that, it seems we have evidence that Xana was likely awake due to her activity on TikTok. And, some of the, some of the noises that Dylan maybe heard were from Xana. I think that the person saying something to the effect of, don't worry, I'm here to help you. I don't think that was Ethan. I think that was the assailant. And I think that was the moment, right after the assailant encountered a conscious and awake Xana that was a surprise to him and was having that, holy God, what do I do now? I have to make a decision. This was not part of my plan. Like many people have said, I don't think that he went in there for 4. I think he went in there for 1 or 2. And there tragically were 4 precious victims of this case. And I think one of the reasons why was because Xana just happened to be awake, the poor sweet girl, and he encountered her. He was thrown off. He was surprised, and he had to think, what do I do now? Do I run? Do I attack her? What do I do? And we all know what he ended up doing. And I think just in that moment, and who knows if the exact words that he really did say were, it's okay, I'm here to help you, if it was something like that or something maybe even different. We don't know how clear Dylan Morrison's recollection is, but he said something to her that was in like that comforting, consoling tone. That's what Dylan Morrison picked up. I think that she went to charge back into her room. He came up behind her, and I think that's why she was found where she was. Probably, this is again my theory, in all of the chaos of what is happening, of course, maybe then in that moment, Ethan woke up and was like, holy fucking shit, what is going on? And I think he had just opened his eyes. He had just woken up. The assailant realizes there's now another conscious person there that's going to be, like, not intended victim number 4. And then there was a not intended victim number 4. So that's what I think about that.
Kelly, can I ask a question
Sure.
to you and really everybody? But is anybody familiar with the purchase of the house directly across the street from Koberger's parents on November 14th by Susan Payne and a handful of other people that was then sold 4 months later at a $7,000 loss?
I have no idea.
And it's a nice house. It's like a over $400,000 house. It's a beautiful house, like absolutely beautiful.
So this was what, across from Brian Koberger's parents' home?
Directly across. And
in Pennsylvania.
Yes. And so it was purchased on November 14th by Susan Payne, P-A-Y.
So the day after the day after the murders.
Right.
And Payne being also the last name of Brett Payne.
Right. And it was
I'm a quick one.
Her name was on the title along with like at least 5 other names. Like I've never seen so many names on a house purchase, but they sold the house at a $7,000 loss 4 months later. So that makes zero sense to me.
Where'd you find this paperwork?
Again, I could probably.
I'm sorry.
No. Absolutely. I mean, and I knew that you would ask. I've burned through like 3 laptops, so I don't have access to all of the
That should be public record, though.
I think I just found it on Reddit actually. So
yeah, and you can find the address of the house. You can find pictures of the house. Oh, I've got a whole bunch of it on my
And please know, I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just wanted to put eyes on it myself.
Absolutely, dear. No, we have to have our receipts. We absolutely have to have our receipts. And I actually have a whole bunch of them posted, come to think of it, on my community tabs.
Awesome.
So if you go way back, you'll see photographs of the house, you'll see the address, you'll see all kinds of stuff.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, because if
and
you
everybody, this is Justice A through Z talking, and she has a channel you should definitely go check out.
And if you just type in the address, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You'll see, how you can look up all that real estate stuff.
Okay.
The dates that properties were bought and sold. But what's really weird is how directly across the street it is from the Kobergers, like directly across the street. And I don't know if other people remember when the News Nation tried to make out like these homes in this estate are like, I don't know, a quarter of a mile apart from each other. They're absolutely not. It's an absolutely regular residential area. The plots are probably like a third of an acre. The houses are not very far from each other. What they were talking about that when they were talking about him allegedly digging through the neighbor's garbage or something.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
That just makes me think of the IGG stuff. I'm sorry, I'm trying to see your name on my phone. I can't see it. The lady that was
Justice A through Z.
Justice A through Z.
It just says Jazz on the thing.
Jazz. Yeah.
Jazz. Okay. So
and I'm sorry, what was your name?
My name is Michelle. I'm on the thing as Sunny Spirit.
Oh, cool. I like that.
Thanks. So like I was saying a while ago, the IGG stuff, this is just another big thing that just makes me go, And there's a lot to this, but I have followed cold cases for decades, and I know Cece Moore. She's the only person I've ever actually seen, because every cold case thing that I've followed, she's been the one that does the research on it and works with the detectives. And I, as far as I understand it, and I don't know, from based on the shows that I've watched and what she said on those shows, she was basically, she fell into that. She wasn't trying to figure out a way. Somebody had just said to her once upon a time, like, if you do this for, you know, to find your ancestors, can't you use this to solve cold cases?
Yes,
So
my
that's how she got it, all the cold case stuff. The legality of it being used in an ongoing, especially fresh, like this is, you know, within a month kind of case, is unheard of and shouldn't be by law used as a way to find a suspect, because you cannot just use something to that effect. Like, you can't use this IGG stuff for
you can't use it exclusively, but Cece Moore herself has said that you can use it as like a clue or a piece of evidence or
right,
a lead.
a clue. But they got that arrest warrant. They tried to get the arrest warrant in Idaho 3 times before.
How do we know that? How do you know that? And again, I'm not trying to question you in a mean way. I just want to know everything you know.
No, I know. And I mean, these are things that I can sell receipts for too, but that's just conversation I jumped in. And I get it. We have to vet everything.
No, it's okay. I understand.
So
it's okay.
I'm just going to say, in my opinion, and allegedly,
okay.
But these are things that I feel very strongly about. But they couldn't. And when they got, so based on all of this information, so going back to the crash at his parents' house, first of all, you're gonna allow, and there are factual, if you have all of the paperwork from this case, you know very well that they had their eyes on Brian well before he left for Pennsylvania. So they followed him across the entire United States, this quadruple murderer. They're going to allow him to drive across the entire, like literally from one side of the country to the other.
Well, I think that could have been because they were waiting for a DNA link, and I don't think that's a bad
you
thing.
can't arrest someone without probable cause. If they didn't have enough probable cause, all they could do was follow him and make sure he didn't kill anybody else.
They didn't have enough probable cause, but so then they get there and they supposedly get this they've been watching him and they get this garbage from his parents' house, right? Well, they also say that he was packaging up, going through the garbage, which
he was separating his garbage from his parents that went outside. He was putting his garbage in the neighbor's trash can and putting their own garbage in their own trash can.
Right. So my question is, if they know this, why did they not go and get his DNA? He pre-packaged his DNA. So why would they not go get?
Because they knew they couldn't use the IGG in court.
No,
they go through the trash and they find his dad's DNA and they say, oh, the suspect has to be the son of this man. And
right.
So
but my question is, if they're trying to do a DNA match and they have his DNA on this knife sheath, why are they going to use this untested science
it's not untested.
No. Just let me finish my thought and then you can ask me a question. I can't get through a thought real fast. Okay. I know that it's not untested. I very much agree with IGG. They've used it in very high profile cases for cold cases. I'm saying they are not supposed to be using it in a month-old investigation. My point that I'm trying to make is, if they know that he's putting his own DNA in the neighbor's garbage and they're trying to get a DNA match to this knife sheath, why are they then not going to get his DNA directly so they don't have to go through this whole, because IGG process takes a long time to go through this whole family tree and to find all these connections, and then to go through all the science of that. They could go get his DNA that he has pre-packaged for them, supposedly in these little baggies in the neighbor's garbage.
Let me explain this to you. They were sitting up on him and they was watching him before they swatted his house and they got the arrest warrant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you don't know when they caught him putting his own trash in the neighbor's trash can, whether it was before they collected the other trash and ran it for and ended up with his dad's DNA.
Neither do you.
Well, that's my
Right.
point.
None of us know. Yeah.
But they're saying that he was pre-packaging the way that they word it, and for as long as they had been watching him, the point is that so just all of a sudden that specific night he was packaging up all of his little DNA, and they figured that out when they busted through his parents' house in the middle of the night, that's what he was doing.
Well, if that's what he was up doing, that's what he was up to. I mean,
but you do realize that area also has very strict trash rules, and somebody who is very germophobic is going to wear gloves. I mean, even people that aren't germophobic are going to wear gloves when they separate their trash. Do we all agree on that? That's
do we need to all agree that, you know, if you're living in the house with somebody else, you're not going to separate your trash from theirs?
So I wouldn't be up at 2 or 3 in the morning separating trash. Period. I guess is just my thought. But
well, I mean,
people are different.
They use this IGG in the same way they use a polygraph test. It's not admissible in court. It's only used as a tool to lead you to a potential suspect.
It's very admissible in court when used properly. They're using it for Rex Heuermann right now, and if you look at the rate of cold cases that have been actually made, that this has never been called into question as a science because it's been used as it's been appropriately supposed to be used.
Well, they used it for the Golden State Killer too. They've used it for a
right,
lot
of cold cases.
But it's used as a tool to lead you to, yeah, right. Once you get an arrest warrant, you can directly swab somebody's cheek. Brian's swab matches the sheath. It doesn't matter what's in between. That's all that matters is his cheek swab matches the DNA.
It does matter. Why do you think?
It doesn't. There is no
it matters
poisonous tree factor involved in this because.
Are you going to be open-minded, or do you just want to just shut me down?
Wait, hold it. Wait a minute, guys. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. I think that it matters procedurally as a matter of the possibility of a defense of a error in the admission of his or the application of his constitutional rights, but it doesn't matter as far as if he is a suspect or not, because he is or he's not. He's a guy that did or he's not.
Okay.
We know we know at this point that the defense is not going for a constitutional infringement defense because the defense that they're choosing is an alibi defense. They have made that known.
Why do you think that they're in the Supreme Court right now? Why do you think that they have been arguing IGG for 18, 19 months? Why
because it's the only straw that they can grasp.
Why do you think that they have asked for discovery 15 times and not been given discovery?
Well, based on the last hearing, my personal impression is, and I made a video about this, it seems like, you know, they're, and I mean, I do like, this is how I see it. The state has certainly been giving them discovery. Like, have there been moments where I felt frustrated myself? Like, gosh, I wish they would hurry up so they're going to stop like stomping their feet about this. Yes, absolutely. Because I want things to run smoothly, whichever direction it's going to go, so we can ultimately find the assailant who committed this atrocious crime and bring them to complete justice for the sake of the victims. And mostly at this point that too equally for the sake of the peace of mind of their families. But based on the last hearing, it really does sound to me like at this point that, and I've thought this all along, I've made a couple videos about how I believe Ann Taylor, that Brian Koberger's alibi came out when it did, and it was what it was in order to match the evidence that was just found out by the defense at that time. And I think that it's just my opinion that the defense got some of that. And so of course they're going to be like, give me more of that. I want to know how many cards of yours I can see before I play my hand. Of course the defense is going to do that, but it seems very much like that's what they're doing.
If they have cast and they have all of this scientific data that's going to back up, they are not going to be able to bullshit a defense on like, oh, this may have been somebody else's car or whatever. They're going to be able to scientifically match that. So it goes back to the question of, yes, well, then what's the point
No,
of
I said,
cast and what's the point of metadata? Like, that is
don't get
exactly
defensive.
the point.
I just said how. I just asked how.
How are they going to be able to pinpoint his location with the same tools that the FBI uses to pinpoint the location
But listen,
of
a person's alibi is a person's alibi. It doesn't matter what evidence the state has their hands on right now. If a person is innocent, their alibi is their alibi is their alibi. They don't need to wait for all the evidence that's come out to put forth their alibi, because so far they have not put forth a proper alibi. I just made a video about this. A proper alibi, excuse me, wait just 1 second, and then I will let you talk, is going to state what the alibi was, where the person was, whom they were with, and the time frame in which they were there. Thus far, there has only been a vague statement of Brian likes to drive around at night without a definitive time frame, and he was driving around that night. That's not an alibi.
Ann Taylor stood up in court and said that she needed to see she needed to go through the 51 terabytes of evidence. She needed time to go through that so she can see so they can basically fabricate his alibi.
No, that's what the
that was the short and skinny of what she said.
That's what the prosecution said, and of course,
that's what Ann Taylor said.
Okay, so for the alibi, I assume that. Okay, let me just use myself as an example.
If he had a real alibi, he wouldn't be sitting in jail.
Can I finish a thought, please?
Mm-hmm.
If I was in college, when I was in college, before I met tons of people and being across the United States in a PhD program, doing a TA, like, you don't have a ton of time to be out meeting a ton of people. The point that I'm making is, if his alibi truly is that and there have been multiple people that have come forward and said that he is a night owl, he has trouble sleeping. So is it that, I know a lot of people that drive around at night. His alibi is that he was driving around at night by himself. That is his alibi. How is he supposed to prove an alibi if he doesn't have any witnesses to prove that he was driving? He was by himself. So he needs the metadata. He needs to see what they're going to cross-examine the state's witnesses for his alibi, because they want that proof. That proof is going to put him wherever he was. That is his alibi. The fact that there wasn't somebody there, we've all been single at one point in our life. If you were either sleeping at 4 a.m. or driving around at 4 a.m. and you were by yourself, how in the hell are you supposed to prove that you were sleeping by yourself at 4 o'clock in the morning or driving around by yourself? How are you going to prove that? The only way you're going to prove that is with the discovery. And everybody just glosses over that, like, oh, well, if, why is she still fighting this IGG?
But the only discovery is not from the state. The defense also has their own discovery. They have the same investigative tools available to them as does the state.
They don't have the FBI's ability they want the metadata. They want the cast report. That's what Ann Taylor stood up and said. She has a rough draft of something that Payne did way back in the beginning of the investigation for the cast report. They don't have the cast report and the metadata from the FBI, and that is the only way that they are able to prove his alibi, which is that he was by himself.
So I'm going to play you a little clip here. It's not the only way, and this is what some people and I in chat were just talking about, because, well, I'm just going to, I say everything that I want to say right now in this, so just watch this, please.
Today's video about the Idaho 4 case is going to take a deep dive into telemetry and the possible telemetry readings on Brian Koberger's car. Telemetry data, it's the information that's recorded somewhere on your car that records and remembers its every move. When you shift gears, when you turn, when you slow down, when you speed up. Telemetry, y'all remember the Murdaugh case not so long ago?
Engineer from the FBI out of Washington, D.C. He's the one that took the telemetry unit out of Alex Murdaugh Suburban. The telemetry data. We have their cell phone extractions here. We also have the FBI telemetry report. Telemetry data just showing a system startup, the telemetry system.
On which the Suburban's underway?
That is correct, according to the telemetry that is consistent with the data.
All right.
Telemetry.
We have some additional telemetry consistent with him. We have a bunch of green and blue boxes. Is this more telemetry data? And again, we'll go through the timeline of the dead, but this is generally consistent with some of the telemetry data that Falfosky did.
You get in your car, you kind of hear that noise before you started up the telemetry.
Below that, we have a orange and blue box. What does that represent?
So this is going to be from the FBI telemetry data.
Some believe, and I am one of them, that the telemetry data was one of the key critical pieces of evidence that proved Alec Murdaugh's guilt in that trial. It's hard to get away with a lie about what you're doing and where you're going when you're in your car and a computer in your car is recording.
It would show vehicle going into drive or park, moving, propulsion, that kind of stuff.
I've been so interested in learning the possible information that we are going to be getting from Bryan Kohberger's car ever since, well, we knew that Bryan Kohberger was the suspect. And I've been wanting to talk about this in a video. And I chose to make this video right now because just a few days ago, Nancy Grace had this guy on her show.
A mobile device forensic expert, Lee Reber. Now listen to this. He's the author of Mobile Forensic Investigations.
And they made a point of answering a question I've wanted to know for a long time. I've talked about it a few times during live streams. Maybe you were listening, but here it is.
You stated that that you knew for a fact the 2000 Elantra, all the way back to 2011. 2011 has the nav system, navigation system. Why do I care?
Now, I'm going to let Mr. Reber answer that question in just a moment, but first I want to make a distinction between the navigation system that Nancy Grace is referring to here and a GPS or navigation system that is a feature on a car that you might look for when you are in the market for buying a new car and you're looking for one that lists, oh, great, it has a GPS system so I can find where I'm going. If you were to look up Hyundai Elantra 2015 navigation system, because that was the year, make, and model of Bryan Kohberger's car, you're going to find an answer like this. So it says, does the Hyundai Elantra 2015 have a GPS? And the answer is, the 2015 Hyundai Elantra did indeed come with GPS, but only as part of the upgraded infotainment package. This package added a 7-inch touchscreen to the center dash, which includes Bluetooth functionality as well as a navigation and GPS capabilities.
Now, please pay really close attention to this next part because I've had so many questions about this exact same thing. There's a difference between the GPS system that is a feature you might look for when you buy a car that's on your dashboard and the computer that exists within a car's engine.
Fortunately, this was not offered as a standard equipment at any trim level. It needed to be added when the vehicle was purchased new. So that, of course, means if Bryan Kohberger was driving a 2015 Hyundai Elantra that did not have that upgraded system, then it wouldn't have this GPS navigation system in it. So one who read one of these articles that I just researched would say, no, that is wrong. Bryan Kohberger's car did not have the navigation in it. Nancy Grace, once again, Nancy, you are wrong. This was a little bit confusing to me because I'm not really a car person. So when I was looking into this and I asked a few people who know what they're talking about, I was able to find a clear distinction between what this GPS navigation system is as part of a feature on a car and the navigation system that is a computer in the engine that Nancy Grace is talking about. So I want you to watch a little excerpt of this video here from 2015. So the gentleman that is talking is a vehicle expert, and this video again is from the year 2015. So he is talking from a perspective of, well, the capabilities that cars had in 2015. In this video, he talks about the navigation system, as Nancy Grace calls it, or the computer in the engine, that is apparently the computer that all Hyundai Elantras did have in them after 2011.
Your car has lots of different computers. You might have one in your dashboard, but the one that I'm talking about is the one controlling your engine. That's called an engine control unit. And you can access the data coming from the engine control unit computer by a port in your car. It's usually just located underneath the dash. Now, most computers in cars today have GPS in them, but access to that data is usually limited to the vendor itself. It's not something that's covered as part of the OBD specification that most people can access. data you can get from the engine control unit off the OBD port is just about everything you might, even like compression levels, oxygen levels. But generally speaking, most of the stuff you'll see in your dashboard, things like the fuel, how much fuel you've got, the speed of your car, the revolutions per minute of the engine temperature, the intake temperature as well, all kinds of data about the car's engine and how it's operating. You're able to see what was going on when the driver hit the brake, where they were when they hit the brake, what angle they were, what was going on with the car, how hard they were pressing on the brake, things like that you can actually get from the engine control unit.
So one of the questions we all want to know is there a witness we all don't know about yet?
I would say there's a witness. The witness is the nav system.
So let's go back and listen to what the expert that Nancy Grace had on her show just the other day had to say about the navigation system, the computer that Brian Koberger's 2015 Hyundai Elantra has in his car and the information it will yield and some other really interesting facts.
Lee Reber, you gave me a very interesting and probative, in other words, it proves something, fact. You stated that you knew for a fact the 2000 Elantra, all the way back to 2011 has the nav system, navigation system. Why do I care?
Yeah, I think it's important because we all have, or if you've utilized a navigational system within a car, right? You put a starting point and end point. However, if you don't do that, you ever watched your car just driving along, you haven't put anything in there. Well, it's actually tracking that. It actually can show where you've stopped. It has the computer that's within those cars can show the speed that you've been traveling. So to be honest, if he doesn't even have his phone, right? Supposedly, he turned his phone off, which is again quite odd. But now you're not able to go and turn that off within the tracking system within the vehicle. So I think it's incredible evidence if they have pulled that data from those vehicles.
The nav system shows everywhere you go, everywhere you stop, but it also shows, as we learned in the prosecution of Alex Murdaugh, it shows when you open your door, your car door, when you put the car in park, when you put the car in drive. Because remember, guys, when the state was putting up the navigational system investigation work product, the state broke it down. Creighton Waters broke it down minute by minute. Okay, he says he was here, he left, he went to his mother, and then the murders occurred. Waters broke down minute by minute. He integrated the cell phone activity between Murdaugh's phone, wife Maggie's phone, son Paul's phone. He integrated that with the nav system from, I believe it was a Suburban belonging to Alex Murdaugh. It showed when he got to the car, opened the door and got in, how long he sat there, when he cranked the car up, when he put it in drive, when he took off. It showed where he went and the speed at which he traveled, when he got to his mother's house, when he put it in park, when he got out of the car, when he went supposedly in, how long it was before he came back out, when he put the car in drive and went back to the hunting lodge at Moselle, when he got out of the car and air quotey, found the dead bodies. It's amazing, Lee Reber. Tell it to me like that, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you that in a vehicle, the telemetry, like you said, car doors open, how long they've been open, windows down, everything is recorded. Our vehicles are computers.
I'm glad you said windows down, because many would argue, including me.
Okay, so that's enough of that. So people like Twizzlestick said, and I'm trying to be fair here and pin every comment regardless of, what side it falls on, says, that I can't find that comment, but it's saying that his car doesn't have this. So all I can tell you is what I've heard from these experts here on Nancy Grace. And I've told you before that a couple of you, the place I work is like a career and technology education program. So we have two different car programs, auto collision and auto body. So this is something that I ran by both of those people who've been working in the field forever. And they both said, and this is what they told me, I'm not a car expert. I'm just telling you the information that I have garnered and that I believe to be true based on what they said. And I guess only the trial is going to prove this or not. both of them said that his car had that. One of them is actually somebody who worked in this, his model, and some others that are like from a business sense all like put together. And he showed me like documentation information that said that the car has it. It's possible I'm wrong, because again, this is not my wheelhouse, but this is the information I have found.
And I agree, but again, that's FBI discovery that they need to have. And again, I feel like that could fall either way. All of this is discovery of the electronic, as far as like that one fast little clip, the witness is all of the technology. They don't have access to the smoking gun about how is this person connected? How are you getting to my client? And that's where I am struggling, is that if they have anything, why are they not just giving it to them? Like, here, point it out. Don't say it's in this FBI letter. Like, that FBI letter does not tell you exactly how you came to the client. That's not fact. It's just not.
And I mean, and and really, whether it's a PCA, or I'm not even sure if it's a PCA, but whether it is or not, that portion of the documentation towards the arrest of a person doesn't need to spell out precisely everything.
This was the judge in court. They said the TUI letter. Look at the TUI letter, because Anne keeps saying there's no connection between my client. And I don't understand. Like, she keeps saying, please show me how you got to my client. She said that at every court hearing that we've had access to. And they say, read the TUI letter. That's the best that they can come up with. Like, if you have the smoking gun, why are you not saying, look at this? If this is in the discovery and the FBI has pointed out, like, here is where he was at this time. And I agree. And again, like, the Murdoch case was like, damn, there you go. That can fall either way, though. Like, they say that he was like an expert at all this stuff. He clearly most likely knew about this Murdoch case took place before this incident. And how would he not be aware of his phone pinging, his car pinging, his everything pinging? He's supposed to be an expert, not expert because he's still in school, but he knows a lot about cloud-based things and how everything pings and your phone connects to Wi-Fi, and even if it's in the airplane mode and all of this, like, he would know this information, yet he's not going to think about any of that.
No, I understand what you're saying. And I think, some of these differences that we're kind of talking about are going to be things that are, my God, I certainly hope we're going to come out in the trial. I mean, some people were saying in chat before, imagine if he did a plea deal like the Watts case. Hold it. I think it's time for a bunny break. Look this is Lily.
I don't think he's going to do a plea deal. There's no way he would have done it already.
No, I think he would have too. But did you see my bunny?
I can't because I'm on the phone.
Oh, you can't? Oh, okay. We were just doing a little bunny break.
Let me turn out my light.
Oh, okay.
Gray. Yeah. Oh, he's big.
Yeah, she's on a diet. She's a little sensitive about her weight.
Oh, he's adorable. What's his name?
Her name's Lily.
Oh, she's so cute.
She's got another cute little.
How many bunnies do you have?
Well, unfortunately, sorry guys, cover your big ears. Unfortunately, I have 30. I was breeding Holland lot babies like this for a while, but I found out that I'm a really bad bunny breeder because I've been a vegetarian since I was 14 and nothing else. People eat meat and I think that's totally cool. Ain't nothing against it. I just personally have always, I don't know, I haven't been able to. I've always been like an animal lover. And so I found that, before I would give anyone a baby bunny, I would have to like check their references and stuff. And people didn't really like that. So I love them too much to be a good bunny breeder. So now we just have tons of bunnies. Like Lily, we got her from a breeder. We got her because she's got all of her socks on. Look at her. She's so cute.
She's so cute.
She is adorable.
So anyway, sorry, I digress. But, and I understand and I hear the passion in both sides, for sure. And I think that some of these things, I guess, fortunately, unfortunately, are going to be the kind of things that are only going to be totally vetted out in trial. You know what I mean? But I understand what you're saying.
And here's the thing is, I'm not like, here's the thing is, I want Brian to be guilty because that's the best case scenario for everybody. If he's not guilty, that means that we have
We got
at
a real
least
problem. Yeah.
at least one person out running around who's
Right.
potentially a serial killer. Most likely,
Absolutely.
if he's killed
Yeah.
once, he's going to kill again, type of thing. And he's not killed once, he's killed 4 people. I'm not pro burger. I'm saying that none of this makes sense to me. And I have watched a ton of crime. I have been interested in crime my entire life, and the court system and legalese and all of that. So this whole thing from the jump doesn't make sense. The fact that this defense has had to ask for discovery this many times doesn't make sense. The fact that this judge doesn't sanction the prosecution and say, look, you either provide this discovery by this, and now they're making him prove an alibi before all the discovery is due. The discovery is supposed to be due first. That is a fact. The
Wait, what
discovery
did you say about that?
the alibi, the dates that he just set for everything being
Well,
due.
the alibi, he set the date for, well, first of all, let's talk about dates. Ann Taylor said that she understands that the FBI's CAS report is supposed to be done on March 31st. She's expecting it shortly thereafter. He set the date for the complete alibi for August 21st, and then he set the date for the preliminary discovery, unfortunately for all of us, because this puts the trial way back at, I think it was September 6th, 2024. So this coming September. But, when that last hearing went down, I really scoured through the Idaho codes and laws. And I do believe that the discovery and the alibi clauses are separate from one another. I don't think that they're supposed to be in order like that.
But let me interject. If his alibi is based on technology and they're waiting for all of the technology to be in this discovery, I would assume based on Bill Thompson's 5% that he owes them of discovery, that 5% is coming from the FBI. So if they're supposed to have all of this stuff done by whichever date that is, then that's going to be their discovery that is going to lead them to whatever information they have. But the discovery isn't due for another 6 months after. His alibi is based on the discovery. It's based on.
That's where you and I disagree. I think your alibi is based on your alibi, and how can an alibi be legitimately based on the discovery?
I agree with you in most cases. If you have an alibi where somebody can say, I was with him, he was here, I was there, da, da, da. But again, it goes back to his alibi is the tech. It is the stuff
Ann
like
Taylor
the
did say that they're going to prove his alibi based on cross-examination of the state's witnesses and expert testimony. So she did say that.
Right. And she also said, if you make me have this alibi due at this time, the only thing that's going to come of that is me coming back in here. It's going to be more bullshit expenses for me to come back in here and say, look, I need this before I can do this, because his alibi is based on the FBI. The FBI is the only, or CIA, I guess, would be the only other one, but federal government entity that can actually, that have the tools at their disposal to be able to get all of this, because you can get GPS data and all that crap as much as you want, but it's not going to pinpoint somebody the way that they need it pinpointed. And just like in the Murdaugh trial, that was FBI. So that stuff pulled from Murdaugh's phone, or his car, excuse me, was that agency is FBI. So all of his alibi is based on whatever tech is going to be able to say, okay, his car proves he was here. Hopefully they all line up. In a perfect world, they would all line up. So whichever one is most
advantageous.
Well, not advantageous, but most pinpoint, exact. It says not within 5 miles of this place. He was actually at this intersection at this time, which is from what I understand, it is the drive test that they have to do to say well, yeah, this is what the GPS says. But then they actually have to have somebody go drive in a car with the phone or whatever it is that they're using to be able to say, okay, it's pinpointing you here. Is this exactly where you're located? So that they can say, like, yes, this technology is exactly locating him at this place at this time. So yes, his alibi in a normal circumstance where you have a human being or some kind of other like visual, like you're in a store and they have you on camera or something like that. Yes, your alibi is your alibi. But again, you have to remember, if a person is, and I'm putting myself in that situation, like if I live alone and I'm a night owl, which I am actually, and I am driving around in the nighttime and I have nobody to say that, my alibi is my tech. It's wherever, it's however
I understand your point.
the FBI can say, and so that is discovery. So his alibi is that discovery. So in this particular case, I'm not saying in all cases, I'm saying in this particular case, because he has no person or camera or other thing to say he was with me here at this time. He has to, so that is his alibi, is to say this is where this location is. So he needs that and needs that in order to say, like, okay, this is where he was. Because I can say I was sleeping in bed at 4 a.m, and guess what? I'm gonna be in jail until, like, how am I ever gonna prove that I was sleeping in bed at 4 o'clock in the morning?
I understand.
No,
I get it. If there's no witness, and I want to hear from Truth Exposed and Jazz in just 1 second. This is only, I promise, going to take 2 minutes. I just want to look at the exact word of, and I don't remember precisely what it is. I'm not trying to say, I'm trying to prove someone wrong. I just want to look at it all together. What the word of the law is in Idaho regarding the alibi. So here that is.
Yeah, it's 10 days.
So I'm just going to read this to you, and we can kind of clarify it. So notice of defense of alibi. At any time after the arraignment before a magistrate upon a complaint and upon written demand of the prosecuting attorney, the defendant shall serve within 10 days or at such different time as the court directs upon the prosecuting attorney a written notice of his intention to offer a defense of alibi. And that's what Brian Koberger has done so far. Such notice by the defendant shall state the specific place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the alleged offense and the names and addresses of the witnesses upon whom he intends to rely to establish such an alibi. Okay? Number 2, within 10 days after receipt of the defense's notice of alibi, but in no event less than 10 days before the trial, unless the court otherwise directs, the prosecuting attorney shall serve upon the defendant at his attorney a written notice stating the names and addresses of the witnesses upon whom the prosecution intends to rely to establish the defendant's presence at the scene of the alleged offense, and any other witness to be relied on to refute testimony of any of the defendant's alibi witnesses. Number 3 just says okay, so that, I'm going to just brief right in a minute here what clause number 3 and 4 say, but in brief, that puts you out at 20 days of providing not just a statement of alibi, but a complete alibi with these various components that I just listed 20 days after the arrest. So clearly we're way more than that. Either party learns of a witness that should have been included in the original list, that they need to notify the other party promptly, and then that witness could be included on the witness list. And then number 4 just says, if either party fails to do either one of those things to fulfill their duty, that the judge can exclude any evidence or witness testimony that they want to include that is towards part of the alibi that they had not already disclosed to the other party that they were going to be putting out there during trial. Okay, so in summary, what that says is it gives the 10 days and the 10 days, the 10 days after arrest, and the 10 days after the statement of alibis. The details of the alibis basically need to be submitted and stated to the court. But then there's a clause after that that, of course, gives the defense some leeway if, in the time after that 20 days, when you're complete detail of alibi is submitted to the court. If other witnesses come up and they are material to the alibi, then of course you can make the opposing side, in this case, obviously the state and the court, aware of that, and those witnesses shall be admitted as well. And the reason that the defense does not have the CAS report, in Ann Taylor's own words, she said that the CAS report is not due to be complete until March 31st, which is in a few weeks from now. What do you have to say, Truth Exposed? Let me pass it over to you.
I was just wondering. Yeah, I have to mute and then unmute, so it takes a second.
Thank you for doing that. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. I was just wondering if Ann Taylor goes through all of this evidence and comes to her own conclusion that he's guilty and he did this. Is she going to try to ask or is she going to try to convince him to take a plea deal to save his own life?
Yes, I think so.
I honestly believe that she already believes he's guilty. And I know there'd be a lot of controversy about that. I put out a video somewhat talking about that recently.
She's in a really bad position because if she thinks he's guilty, she has to work 2 or 3 times as hard to make sure that this dude can't get out on an appeal.
Right. It really is.
And that's what it boils down to. She's in a really bad position. People are giving this lady hell, and she is really in a bad position.
She is. I 100% agree with you on that. The way, I see it, and from what I understand from the professionals I've talked to, and that includes, what I've heard as far as commentary from professionals that have respectable credentials and respectable history that are, you hear in interviews and YouTube channels or wherever people I've talked to personally, is that when it comes down to a death penalty case, guys, and I do believe this to be true, and as we look back upon them across crime history, I believe this to be true. Certainly there are exceptions. And again, this is just like my take on it. Once the state puts death penalty on the table, they are usually damn sure that the suspect is guilty. Generally speaking, they already have all the evidence stacked. So, their chips are telling them you can go all in on guilty with this person, enough so where you can put death penalty on the table, because really, if we're looking, the lawyers, the prosecution and the defense, they're human beings that care about their careers and their reputations and their futures, as far as their professional futures and reputation, the money they make to support their families and all these other things. If a prosecutor is not damn sure that somebody is guilty, they don't want to be prosecuting a death penalty case where the defense puts them under the table and shows that this person was clearly not the one who committed the crime. That looks really bad professionally and otherwise for that attorney. So we do have to remember that. But when the death penalty is on the table, really, from everything I understood from people who have weighed in on this, the defense's game really is all about mitigation to get death taken off the table. It really is at that point to save their client's life. And I just believe that.
Right, but at mitigation, you've already found that defendant guilty. So
I don't mean mitigation phase of the trial. You're right. Informally, there's the innocence or guilt phase, and then there's the death or not phase. I don't mean like that second phase. I mean mitigating as far as there's aggravating circumstances towards a person's guilt and mitigating evidence towards a person's guilt, showing that they are guilty, they're not guilty. I'm saying they're putting forth everything favorable of the defendant so they aren't put to death. Is what I'm saying.
Right, but if this person, whoever the defendant is, let's just say I'm the defendant, if I'm found guilty of this crime, I am going to be put to death. There is nothing in my background. I don't care if I was beaten for 115 years. I have taken the lives of 4 young, promising college students. I am going to be put to death. So if it gets to that point, there's nothing mitigating that's going to save.
Well, I mean, I tend to agree with you, which I think also speaks to Truth Exposed point that Ann Taylor really has her work cut out for her. And I think that she is doing her job and she is doing her damnedest to defend her client, to save her client's life. But, the questions you just said, I mean, I agree with the statement you just made, Sunny Spirit, but, all of that in reality is up to the jury, and juries do make funky decisions. I mean, look at Casey Anthony. I mean, they made their decision at the innocence phase. It didn't even get to the, to a latter phase, but you know what I mean?
Ethan's parents are against the death penalty. And it's just, Ann Taylor's job is to save Brian's life. Now, whether he takes that advice or not is up to him. But she's still in a horrible position.
She
Right,
is. I would no one would want her job.
But let's
I
remember
wouldn't want her
that.
job either. Not even for a million five. Probably what she's going to get off of this.
Yeah.
I mean, you do know that she was a private defense attorney, right?
Oh yeah, I do. But you know, it's hard to defend the indefensible.
Right, but see, I feel like okay, so let me come at this a different way. What actual proof from what we've been given, because I really want to know, like I said, I'm not pro Koberger. The reason that I'm so sucked into this case is the fact that I cannot like it just screams corruption.
You know how many cases are built on the totality of evidence?
Oh, I do. Trust me.
might be
I
able
don't
to
know if you were
explain one or
listening to
two
me
coincidences
earlier,
away, but when
but
you're
I've
sitting there
watched.
staring at
Wait, let
50
Truth Exposed
coincidences,
finish.
when
Go
you're
ahead,
sitting
sorry.
there when you're sitting there staring at 20 to 50 coincidences, I
Right,
mean,
but what coincidences? What do we have that prove?
it's you know, from these other channels you hear, well, he could have just been driving around and he was just driving around that area. Oh, well, he could have been at the mall and he just touched a knife and that just somebody just happened to kill 4 people with that knife. Okay,
No, but what proof do you have?
so now you want people to believe the odds that a killer picked up a knife
I don't want
that
anybody to
had
believe anything. I want to understand
that
it.
had Brian's DNA
I think she's
on
saying
it.
you in the general. Go ahead.
That you know, Brian went to a mall and touched a knife. The killer happened to buy that knife and go commit this crime, and Brian just happened to be driving around that house.
But what proof do you have that he was driving around the house?
He just happened to buy coveralls without belt loops, and he just happened to buy a K-bar. And it's all of this shit compiled into one big pile, and it doesn't look good for him at all.
I'm just asking, what proof do you have that he was actually driving around that house? What proof do you have that how many people, first of all, if you can prove that he bought a K-bar, that's fine. I bet you there's 10 million people. That's not proof to me. But I'm asking you, like, from an open-minded point of view, I want to know actual proof, not just hearsay, not just things that are like, oh, we think we have video of this. We think we have video of that. If they had video of that, do you not think that they would show Ann Taylor after 15 asks for discovery? You want to know how we got to your client? Here's the video right here at this timestamp.
But I mean, I think that's stuff that usually comes out in a trial.
The prosecution doesn't have to lay out their case for the defense.
Right. Exactly.
No, they don't have to. But they haven't handed over their discovery.
What they have so they can defend him.
But okay,
I
so
think that Ann Taylor is
the
partly
prosecution's not going to sit there and give Ann Taylor directives on their case.
No, if they want to put this guy away, they would show that. But okay, what proof?
What makes you think they don't already have it and haven't viewed it yet?
I just really want to know what proof you have. Like, what do you
All right,
personally?
here. I'm gonna answer in part your question here.
Okay.
So
The phone that they had identified as being used by the Cellular Resources by the King Road residents when he was stopped at that traffic stop. So now they are putting.
I have to go back a little bit. Sorry, this might be repetitive, but this is. I mean, all right here.
That's
the
not
cast.
true.
I was able to determine estimated locations for Koberger's phone number from June 2022 to the present time, the time period authorized by the court. The records for the Brian Koberger's phone number showed that phone utilizing Cellular Resources that provide coverage to the areas of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours on their respective days. One of these occasions, on August 21st, 2022, his number utilized.
What I'm getting at here, and I just want to finish playing this because it's my answer, but I've already said it, and my thoughts aren't as organized right now, is how they put all of the evidence together that is concrete evidence to show what is some of the concrete proof, in addition to the DNA, which is really cast iron in my opinion, but I'm going to keep playing this.
Cellular Resources providing coverage to the King Road residents for from approximately
11:34 p.m. to 11:35 p.m. At approximately 11:37 p.m., Koberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke, as mentioned above. His phone number was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time frame, and that is on Farm Road and Pullman Highway. So that basically, guys, verifies that Koberger was with his phone, the phone that they had identified as being used by the cellular resources by the King Road residents, when he was stopped at that traffic stop. So now they are putting Koberger physically with his phone. Do you see the strength of this evidence? Circumstantial, yes. Strong, hell yes. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed that the phone number utilized cellular resources on November 13th, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via U.S. Highway I-95. At approximately 12:36 p.m., his phone number utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe Coffee, located at 810 Port Drive in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef's store located nearby that location, the coffee shop, showed the white Elantra, consistent with suspect vehicle number 1, drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with cellular data from Brian Koberger's phone number. At approximately 12:46 p.m., the 8458 phone then utilized cellular data in the area of Albertson's grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. And again, surveillance footage identified a car consistent with a white Elantra. And additionally, interior surveillance at that grocery store showed Brian Koberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and leave at approximately 1:04 p.m. And then there is a map that depicts Koberger's possible path of travel right here and in the probable cause affidavit. So now, my friends, when you break that down, they are putting Brian Koberger's cell phone pinging in a certain location with video camera surveillance footage of a car consistent with his white Elantra and the man himself, Brian Koberger, on that interior security camera footage of the grocery store. So now we have the phone, the car, and the man all together. Additional analysis of records. And then there's even more that's circumstantial. But what that does, it eliminates the possibility of anyone saying that, Brian Koberger, he wasn't driving that car at that time. He didn't have his phone at his time. All of these little, defenses that in smaller, less significant cases, people might pose. He is put together with his phone, with his car, by several different cameras, several different methods of surveillance. So we can, in a concrete way, put all of those things together. The big question that we don't know is, and let me read Jeff's comment here because I think it gets at it. I feel that the prosecution has a strong case. How many white Elantras in the Pullman, Moscow area that required to have 2 license plates only had 1 plate? I actually did that analysis because those statistics are available, and I think we could narrow it down to about 11. I don't remember the exact number, but I did do that in a previous video, Jeff. And then I think it was another comment. I just want to read a couple comments here that I like something that Randy said that I think many of us could agree on, that I think gets to one of the bottom line points here. Let me just keep scrolling back up. Randy, where did you go? Randy says, they absolutely, beyond a reasonable doubt, have video evidence of BK driving that night. This is why he has no alibi. The issue is, where do they have video proof of him driving? Is it in Pullman? So I really think this is a critical question here, since his alibi is that he was driving around, because they do have the DNA evidence that is indisputable, and it just so happens to be on the button snap of the knife sheath that the murder weapon, per everything that Truth Exposed explained to us earlier, can be scientifically determined was the weapon that was used in this horrific crime that was found partially underneath the body of one of the victims. As far as I understand from the experts that I have listened to, whether it is touch DNA or other types of DNA, yes, there is a difference, but it is not as big a deal as people are making it. It's not like, DNA is just randomly flying around and might randomly, there's not as much randomness to that DNA, not nearly as much as I believe some people are making out. That DNA evidence in itself is pretty damn concrete, like 5.3
But Kelly,
octillion. Go ahead.
how could there not be anybody else's DNA on that sheath if it was found underneath one of the victims?
Well, nobody ever said that.
I also think that touch DNA is not it is a very, very, it's not that. I think that that's a very big misconception that, unfortunately, when this case first started, I looked at my husband and said, oh shit, this is going to change public perception of how strong DNA actually is, because DNA if it's fluids and stuff like that, blood, anything like that, that is pretty much slam dunk. There's some way, somehow. Touch DNA is not a slam dunk. And unfortunately, when people hear DNA, they think slam dunk. And that is not the case with touch DNA. I could shake your hand and then you've got my DNA on you. So
once again, there's all of those incidental factors, but I want to give this to Truth Exposed, who is kind of the science expert here. Go ahead, Truth Exposed.
Well, I wanted to add too that the Idaho State Highway Patrol trooper that took the sheath into evidence, he's been implicated in another case. I don't know if you're familiar with the doctor.
Yes, Dr. Moore.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's just so much shady business going on in Idaho. There's so much.
Well, and that shady business might create doubt, and I am certainly not denying that there is shady business out there. I'm not on the side of, I'm on the side of is finding justice and truth for the victims and their families. So I understand that there is shady business going on. When I just weigh it, in my mind, I haven't, I guess we can talk about the analysis you can do, the shady business versus the evidence that they have that we know about so far, remembering that I don't even remember how much, that huge amount of evidence or, material that they have that has evidence in it. And we only know this very small bit. And the small bit that we know is rather incriminating. What do you say, Truth Exposed? Oh, maybe she's not here still. Are you still here, Truth Exposed? Maybe she took a break.
Well,
maybe she took a break.
The terabytes of data is not evidence. The terabytes of data is
information.
It's information.
Right,
and there might be if the prosecution is lucky, there might be 1 gigabyte of actual proof if they're correct in who they have in custody. But that's all of these phones that they've taken. That's all of these other social medias. That's all just the small amount of video that's been leaked to us is just a tiny bit of video. That's all the video that they've taken from and Washington State. I have watched, somebody else did an analysis of the Washington State cameras that they have. I don't know that the Pullman cameras are all that good, but Washington State, or I'm sorry, the Moscow cameras, I don't know how good those are as far as like the camera capture at stoplights and stuff. But they did a video on the Washington State videos, and they are so crystal clear. So if they actually have evidence of him leaving at a certain time and coming home at a certain time, he will be captured on that, and that will be crystal clear. Like, we should be able to see. I mean, given he only had 1 license plate, it doesn't matter because you're going to catch him from the front side of the vehicle and the back side of the vehicle through that camera. So I don't think that.
Absolutely.
Kelly, I want to thank you for having me up. I need to hop off.
Yes, I know. I was like, oh God, this is way past your bedtime, but thank you so much. Thank you for coming up and everything you
thank
contribute.
you,
I appreciate
sweetie.
you.
It's a great discussion. Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
Awesome. Bye, honey. Everybody go check out Justice A through Z. And then Truth Exposed, she said she's back. I want to know what you think about, the validity or the you know, the worth of touch DNA versus so-called other DNA?
We were going to do a DNA show on John's, and
Oh, yeah?
he had some family matters that happened, and
Oh.
yeah, he's taking a break right now, but you know, there was a lot of talk about DNA on other shows, and some of the studies were one was about salmon protein or something, and it wasn't human. And then the study that another channel, I'm not going to say her name, but another channel was using it was actually a thesis from a student about DNA being on brass. And it's just completely false. And the only reason they did these studies on brass is because they wanted to see if they could pull DNA and fingerprints off of bullets.
Okay.
So it was it's totally
applied
different.
incorrectly. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And it was misconstrued into some big, oh, I've got you. And we were gonna totally disrupt that whole train of thought. And then all of these creators got mad and was arguing about who came up with it first. And I mean, you just sit here and laugh.
You're like, who came up with the garbage first? Great.
And yeah, it's just the whole thing about the snap is those K-bar knives. They have even though the snaps are brass, they have a finish on them. It's like a coating finish.
Okay.
Almost like a clear coat that comes on them. So it's not really like it was on brass. You understand what I'm saying?
It's almost like a plasticky or a synthetic coat.
Right. It's almost like a clear coat.
Okay.
And they do
that makes sense. I can kind of imagine what you're saying.
Well, they put that on there so it'll prevent it from turning green. You know, brass turns.
Right.
So
And
it's
they don't
got
want it to make the sheath look all nasty and yeah.
Right. It has a coating on it. So what happened was he was, probably in his apartment like a kid, lip syncing in the mirror, and he was practicing his knifely moves. And he forgot the Q-tip, the inside of that female and male part of that snap.
Yeah.
And messed up and left the sheath there. They make mistakes. Ed Kemper was talking about how he made mistakes, and Ed Kemper had an IQ of 145. So, you have a serial killer with an IQ of 145 telling you how he locked himself out of the car with the victim in it, and the gun was under the seat, and he had to talk her into opening the door after he killed her friend. And, and he said, why would I even admit that to you? You know what I mean? He said, when their rage takes over, when that predatory prey drive kicks in and they're in kill mode, they make mistakes because all common sense and reasoning flies right out the window.
I think everybody can relate to that sort of feeling of just having adrenaline take over and losing as much control as you would typically have of the cognitive senses.
Right. I mean, they have him coming back in the morning?
Yes.
Oh yeah. He was going
on what? No.
He probably went back there to see if he dropped it
outside,
and it could be an easy pickup.
Wouldn't Dylan have seen his knife if she saw his bushy eyebrows? Don't you think she would have noticed?
Not if it was by his leg. Now, Steve from True Crime Web did a whole video reenacting this, and you can't even see a knife in his hand.
Yeah,
so it depends on what angle he was walking to, because let's say he's right-handed, and the knife was kind of tucked behind his right hip when he was walking. You wouldn't see that. You would have to be facing somebody straight head on to be able to see them walking with a knife.
Another thing it would depend on in that case, because of the like open, uncovered windows in there, would be the ambient light. And I did a historical weather and moon record check of that evening, and it was a very low, like waning moon. So there wasn't a lot of an extra ambient light, and it is, very dark in
Well,
there.
you know that good
But they
vibes
have
light.
their
He comes
good
around the
vibes.
corner, and that good vibes light is shining on
Yep.
him. Whoever is standing in the shadow cannot be seen. Not by
Right.
him, because the glare of the
Mhm.
light would prevent him from seeing her.
Yeah, I don't think he saw her personally,
I don't
but
think he
I
saw
just
her
don't.
either.
You don't think he would have checked any, like, so do you think that he went into Ethan's room or Xana's room? How do you think?
I think he went upstairs and he handled those girls about the same time the DoorDash delivery shows up. And I think when Xana went to answer the DoorDash, he came downstairs and killed Ethan and waited in that room until Xana walked in. And then when Xana walked in, he got her, and then he locked the doors and left.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
And everybody's talking about the smell in there and how, deceased people lose all control of their bowels and stuff. If you think about it, Murphy was there. Any kind of smells could be, dismissed as, especially if you've never smelt blood or death before.
Right.
That
I mean,
smell
she could, yeah, but she could have. If Dylan grew up with dogs, who says she
Right,
grew
but
up with
that does
dogs
not,
and knows what dog shit smells like? But
dog shit does not
if
smell
there
like
was
poor human bodies decaying and their intestines and their bowel. Like,
what makes you? I understand that they were decaying, but what do you think? Why do you think they were to the point where they were stinking like decomp?
because if they were stabbed in the air, like, first of all, we know that
It was 20-something degrees outside.
Mm-hmm.
The back door was left open. They were basically in a refrigerator. A morgue is not even that cold.
they were in the house in 20-degree weather and their pipes didn't freeze, and they were sleeping.
The back door was open. He left it open. I'm talking about after their deaths, the door was left open.
Right, but their house was not 20 degrees.
I don't think she's saying the house was 20 degrees, but it was cool. It was cool in there. It was a very cool night. Again, I've done the historical weather. It was about that degrees out. And, people who have lived in that house before said that it is not like the sturdiest house that you can, things creak. You can feel a draft that, it was probably quite cold in there. And I imagine being college students who are, paying the electric bill, they weren't jacking their heat up to like a toasty 72 degrees, but we don't know any of that. But I think what you're,
I'm saying if she did wake up and she came, let's say she came into, the kitchen or whatever, say she smelt poop. She probably thought it was the dog. Somebody hadn't cleaned up after the dog. I mean, how's a 19-year-old supposed to know what that smells like? Is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm a farmer, and I also have had dogs my whole life. Plus, I've had other animals. And when I potty train all my dogs, and when my dog poops in the house, I can smell their poop from across the room. One dog. So now we're talking about 4 human bodies that not only have likely defecated, but from what the wounds were. I mean, there are bodily fluids, and if you talk to people who have worked like in fields where they deal with those kinds of scenes, that's why they have to wear hazmat suits. Like, that stuff is dangerous.
They said that Dylan ran outside and fainted when they realized what had happened.
Oh, I thought that was Bethany. That's what
Bethany or Dylan. I knew it was one of the girls, but
when they realized what had happened.
Somebody had to finish her 911 call because she passed out.
Right, but the smell. But we're talking about the smell. That's when she realized what had happened. She was like freaked out.
Well, here's a good point. The smell of blood was way more overpowering than the smell of shit, though.
So here's the point Jeff H makes. Let me just say, Jeff H makes this good point and great point that is very pertinent to what we are talking about this case. Travis Alexander's roommates hardly noticed the smell of his decaying body for 5 days in a home that didn't have a door wide open and 20-degree temperature, right? So there's a comparison point.
But that is one, and and I do
There's a lot of
understand
variables.
that, but we also don't know how long that person was home, if he had been there for I mean, there's a lot of things I don't know about his roommate, because that was a very afterthought of when that person, but this is 4 bodies that are, from what I've been told or heard, is that they're stabbed. I mean, this wasn't just one stabbing, so there were like a lot of fluids coming out of everything. And from people who work in those fields, you know, even if you ask a cop, and I think one of the cops on that scene said the smell, that iron smell, just from the blood alone, not even all the other intestinal fluids and all of those things coming into play, but the iron smell alone.
Well, I think
The
from
thing
what I
about it
understand of
is
what happened,
if you're
go ahead.
experienced in knowing what that smells like, if you've been around it, there's a lot of people that don't know what that smells like.
I just think it would
My
be
dad
so
was a butcher.
overpowering.
My dad was a butcher for 47 years. I know what a slaughterhouse smells like. I know what fresh blood smells like. I know what fresh meat and bad meat
But
smells
it's overpowering, right? Can you?
Well, I
Not
think
really.
listen, I think from what I understand
It
about
depends
what
on the
happened.
temperatures of the body on how much decomp happened.
But
And I think
blood
what
in and
happened
of
with it, wait,
itself.
just one second, because I think this is relevant to a point that I think we could probably argue forever, because there's a lot of details we don't know. But something I can tell you, what I understand from the activity of the girls that night is that they both had this certain level of alarm, and details happened. Some of them were in the probable cause affidavit. They eventually, basically, through their discussion that evening, whether it was a text or voice-to-voice discussion, and there was, I believe, a combination of both, sort of, you know, who wants, so they're calling each other being like, oh my God, I just saw this. Oh my God, I just saw this. And they're both freaked out. Well, I mean, what person, especially, you know, a young girl like that, who's probably terrified, they're on their phone with their friend. They're kind of commiserating about this shared trauma experience that they had. They're going to be trying to talk each other down from the terror that they're feeling. That is just human nature. So I believe that each of them did go to sleep that night. And, you know, at this point, what we have them up at, like, you know, after 4 in the morning, for them to not wake up until 11:30 would be completely reasonable. After you're out drinking and stuff, that's 8 hours of sleep, totally reasonable, especially for a college person. Hell, I could still do that today if I haven't been drinking. And, you know, it probably was maybe at that point when their senses started to perceive all these horrific things, and they were alarmed to what was going on around them, started to check on their other roommates, realized that something was very wrong, called others who came over there. And yes, you know what, you know, and then somebody came in and ended up completing the 911 call. I mean, that's my best, most reasonable explanation what happened based on what I know to be true.
Did Brian lock those bedroom doors on the way out? It's what I want to know, because that would be a real good reason for one of those girls not to be able to get into one of those bedrooms to see what happened.
Well, and
or
also,
to see why they
Xana,
wouldn't be an answer.
I believe Xana was also positioned to be like right in front of her bedroom door.
I just can't, like, when I put myself in that situation of
I don't
having
believe Ethan was in the bed.
He was in the bed. Oh, you said you don't believe? Well,
no, because the reason why I don't believe it, this is the reason why, because words matter. And in the PCA, it doesn't mind mentioning that Maddie and Kaylee was in the bed. So if they put the information that Kaylee and Maddie was found in the bed, then why not put the information that Ethan was found in the bed?
So I have an answer to that, but I have to be like I want to be really careful on what I say here. All right. So imagine, so if we're looking at the house, it was in part of the video that I played earlier in this live stream. When we look at where, this is really hard to say, and I have to really think about how I'm saying it. So please just bear with me. So if you're thinking about where Xana's bed was, relative to where we know that those blood stains were seen outside of the house, right? And we also know that the part of the the PCA that we know to have been redacted had to do with how Ethan was found, right? So maybe there was a reason for that. Let's just say it like that.
Well,
Go
let me run this by you and see if this makes sense to you. Okay.
Okay.
It's just a hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
I'm not scared of your hypothesis. Go right
okay.
ahead.
Well, all right. Xana goes and gets DoorDash while Brian's coming down the stairs after doing Maddie and Kaylee.
Mm-hmm.
Brian goes in there and he knifes up Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just say the pain is so immense, Ethan passes out because he's already half asleep when this takes place, right? Tell me his brain just has a complete shutdown and he gets knocked out, or he knocks himself out, or shock knocks him out.
Mm-hmm.
Then Xana comes in there and she gets knifed up, right? Brian walks out and locks the door, and Ethan comes to long enough to say, I've got to go get help, and he pulls himself out of the bed, and then thud hits the floor and crawls halfway to the door to try to get out of it and ends up bleeding out before he can get to it. That would leave Xana and Ethan in the floor with him bleeding out about 6.5 liters of blood and her at least 5. So, I mean, that's enough blood to run out of a wall, even if they were in the floor.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I mean,
absolutely.
So it being mentioned that he's not in the bed in the PCA is what leads me to believe that he was in the floor.
I guess what I'm getting, go ahead.
If Xana was in front of the door, it would have been easy to push her out of the way. She's not heavy. Ethan weighed 220 pounds.
And maybe they did lock the door. None of us know that, I think.
Right. But it wouldn't have been easy for Dylan or Bethany to push Ethan out of the doorway to get in there to see what happened. They called Hunter to come over there to try to get the door open.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So it took a little bit more brute strength to push whatever weight was behind that door out from behind that door.
If the door wasn't locked. But yeah, no, I guess,
Well, going back to, I don't want to talk about their injuries too much because I don't know that is a huge thing for to prove who did it. You know what I'm saying? So to go back to what you guys were talking about with Dylan and Bethany being so scared, like I put myself in that situation, and first of all, I've lived with a bunch of roommates in college, and so there's 2 problems that I have with that. The first one, and Dylan, we know, has a very strong personality. Well, I guess we don't know, but from what we've been told by many, many people, she has a strong
personality. I've been told contrary, that she's a very gentle and docile person, but
oh, well, that's interesting based on her company too. But first of all, I just can't understand how you would be. So there's 2 like contradicting things there. Like, if you're that terrified, how do you not call 911? And how do you go to sleep? I have been that terrified. First of all, if somebody that I loved, I thought just died, I would be calling 911. Plus,
I don't think they thought someone that they
didn't think anybody died.
No.
Well, they thought something horrible happened.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure that what happened was they just kind of talked each other into a sense of,
dismissing it.
Yeah, and that's totally possible. Nobody is going to believe something like this happened. I mean,
you got to look at the atmosphere. Okay, if they called the cops, if the cops were going to be called out there again, the cops already told them they were going to get $300 tickets. Nobody wants to be a snitch. Nobody wants to be a housemate snitch. Okay, so
wait, let her finish.
Nobody wants to be a housemate snitch. I mean, if she could have dismissed it, she could have dismissed that as Ethan and Xana arguing, somebody playing with the dog. There was a bunch of stuff that she could have just dismissed it. Plus, if she was intoxicated, well, you open the door and you don't expect to see somebody in the hallway at 4:00 in the morning. Yeah, she was startled. It probably boils down to semantics. She said frozen shock phase, which probably meant startled, and I just froze and stood where I was standing. Have you ever almost walked into somebody and just stopped in mid tracks?
Mm-hmm.
That's probably what happened. To sum it all up, that's probably what happened.
But that's what I'm saying.
There are instances of frozen shock phase, though. You can watch it's
Well, that's not even a
Tales from a
technical.
Killer. Tales from a Killer. They've done studies on frozen shock phase.
That's not that's not in the that's not a psychological state, and
Well,
it's
I made a video about it myself, and I talked about how frozen shock phase really refers to one of, we call it the 5 F's in psychology, that apply to when you see something that is absolutely terrifying, that puts you in a
fight or flight. Yeah, I saw that.
So it's fight or flight, flop, friend, feign, or freeze.
But it does not last 8 hours or 10 hours.
No. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, and I'm
no,
going
it
to prove
does not.
it. Yes, it does. I'm going to prove it.
Okay, prove it.
There's a it's episode. It's when a killer speaks.
Okay.
There was a 10 or 11-year-old girl. This guy walked into their house. He started executing everybody with a gun. This little girl laid in the bed and pretended that she was dead, and ended up falling asleep and did not call the cops until the next morning.
Yeah,
the adrenaline dump is so great, and I've had it because not only have I survived a mass killer, I survived a 2-time murderer where I had to stab him in the gut. Okay, so frozen shock phase is a real thing. I don't give a damn what anybody says. And your brain's instinctive will to survive is what dictates how long you stay in that frozen state.
That's true. True.
That's true. I'm saying as far as a psychological handbook, that is not, so whatever they're calling it is not an actual thing. But see, that goes back to my contradictory thing. If she's that scared, so just the last thing you said was she was probably startled, but now we've jumped back to she was that scared. So that's what I'm saying. It's two contradictory things. Was she that scared?
If she was
Or
just
was she
startled,
just startled?
if she was just startled, she just regular ass went to bed and didn't wake up till the next day. She dismissed it and just didn't wake up till the next day.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean, oops, I was startled and I was so scared I passed out for 8 hours. No, it's not like that. She could have said, I was startled and froze, and that was taken down as frozen shock phase.
Right, but there's two contradictory things. So either she was that scared and
find out in court.
An adrenaline dump or something, which would mean that she would not be texting Bethany.
I was talking about that little girl. It was such an adrenaline dump because she knew her family members were executed, and she had to play. And she had to play. The fear produced so much adrenaline in that girl, it made her pass out. And
no, I understand her case. I'm just saying it's either one or the other. So if Dylan was that scared that she froze,
I don't think she was. I think when she walked out, she seen somebody she didn't recognize. It startled her. She stopped in mid-track and watched him walk out, and then she shut the door and locked her door, dismissed it as one of the strays that always come in and out of the house or one of the partiers, and went on to sleep and probably didn't think twice about it.
Then why were her
I think that it, the behavior of the roommates at night and why it took 8 hours for 911 to be called, that is one of the most troubling facts for me to resolve in my own mind based on what we know so far of the many things that we don't know. But I think that, the question that you're asking, Sunny Spirit, there's so many factors and, possible things that could have happened in there that we are not privy to, that those are questions that we could debate about it all night, but we're not going to truly get any answers to, if ever.
Well, I'm just down here having a conversation because it seems like this is, I'm getting accused of being a pro burger, but I'm just want to see.
No, I'm not accusing you of that. I don't think I was accusing you of that.
It's just,
I have followed a lot of crime, and I have followed that. You can ask my husband. That's all I watch, and I've watched it since I was 16.
I'm right with you. I believe it. Those people exist.
I'm just saying that the reason that this case sucked me in as much as it does, other than the fact that these were 4 beautiful young lives, that obviously catches us all. But the reason that it stuck with me for this long is because there's so much that doesn't make sense. And so when people are trying to prove that he is guilty, I have been imprisoned and I was innocent, whatever that's called. I was innocently imprisoned. Okay, so I understand how things can look and how people can say, well, you were here and you did this and you did that, and so that makes you look really guilty. I get that. But what I'm saying is I don't see any proof that what I do see, I don't see any proof yet that makes me think like that man is guilty. If there was blood, and in every knife killing that I've seen, there has been blood. You can do research on that. They cut themselves, especially
Well,
when you
I'm
stab
gonna tell you
people
how.
that many times. And so
Look,
there's
I'm a butcher's daughter, and there's a real good way to remedy everything. If he put this much planning into doing this, and Brian, let's say Brian's guilty, and he put this much thought into getting away with this. He worked at a fish market. Okay, he knows about butcher's gloves.
and he was
That
awful at it.
you cannot stab somebody with. You cannot stab yourself when you have a pair on, and nobody can scratch you. You cannot cut yourself with them. So what? Who's to say he didn't put on 2 pairs of latex gloves and then a pair of butcher's gloves before going in there?
Right, but who's to say that he did? So he's this smart that he's planned all of this out, but he's that stupid that he didn't think about any of his cloud-based knowledge, that he knows that his phone pings and his car data and the cameras to and fro, all of these going back and forth from one
That's
city
what
to
he
the
gets for
next.
thinking he's smarter than a 5th grader, I reckon.
Right, but so in one hand, he's thought this out so thoroughly that he's planned for all of these things that could
Now we're
possibly
going
go
back to a
wrong,
psychopathic's brain and their predatory prey
but
drive,
he hasn't thought
negating all
about
common
the
sense.
one thing that he knows about. He knows about for like technological stuff.
Yeah,
He
hey,
doesn't.
he was pretty good about not leaving any DNA in that house too, except for dropping that sheath.
techno Technology is his thing though. So my thing is, if he was so good that he didn't leave, he thought this so through as far as all of that stuff, that as far as we know, he has no experience in doing this kind of crime before. So he doesn't know how to plan. And you ask any criminal, like I don't know if you watch A.R. Hayes, but when you plan for a crime, you can't possibly plan. He didn't
I
plan to
can't
run
take
in.
anything A.R. Hayes says seriously because evidently he wasn't very good in crime to begin with because he's been in prison all his life.
Well, a
Well,
lot
I
of
just want to
criminals.
show you.
I want to learn from people that haven't been caught, not people that have.
Well, I just want to show you this. And listen, I actually had worked up this photo, and I know other people have to show it a little better. I was just looking for the one that I've done. I can't find it right now, but I don't
That's
know
a
that Brian
shadow.
Koberger. I don't know that it is because but I mean, I think that it's very possible that he does have a cut here on his wrist. I think it's very possible that there's a cut across his knuckles as well, but it's hard to tell without like the photo, without the, just it's not even.
Well, I'm going to tell
like,
you this. I'm going to tell you this because
I
I know a lot
think that
about this. I know a lot about this since I'm in sports medicine. He doesn't have a cut on his wrist. That's his body hair right in that joint where his wrist joint is
Okay.
right there.
Okay.
That's not a cut. That's a
Okay.
shadow.
Okay.
I'll
take your word for that.
He's a real streamlined. He's not a fat guy. He doesn't, he's got muscle
Right.
cuts.
He's lean.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's a shadow. Okay, his hands, there's not a cut on his hands. And I'm going to tell you something else. If he committed this crime and he did cut his hand, it would already have time to heal by the time he got pulled over right here. Cuts heal in 14 days. Even the worst.
But not gouges.
Especially if you really wanted to heal and put, treat it well, put Neosporin or whatever on it.
Puncture wound can heal in 14 days.
We don't know if he had any cuts.
But
do you
I
ladies
highly doubt he cut himself on scene.
did you ladies hear about the gag order that Judge put on? Did you ladies hear about the people that went to the hospital that night with huge knife cuts in Moscow, and that Judge like put a gag order on all of that?
I have no idea about that.
That was actually on.
That's a crock of shit. That's a rumor one of these other conspiracy channels came up with.
No, that's actually it's on a news. I could find the receipt on that, but it was on a news thing early, like before any of us even knew about it. They were at the scene, and the news station was there and was reporting on it. but then before they could actually put their news out, they were told they can't report that. And so it was never actually reported. They pulled that part of it.
I've definitely never heard about it, but if you have, I would love to see if you have like the link or something for that. I would just love to see it.
Boy,
Yeah,
I sure would like to know the nurse's name that let that information go.
but that
Oh
would be
God,
something
she's not
interesting
there
to
anymore.
research.
she's gonna lose her license.
She's gone. That's
The
for
nurse
sure.
that what?
The nurse that
What
let
is
that
it?
information out.
No, it wasn't a nurse. It was a news reporter on scene.
Well, why would they're just waiting at the hospital?
No,
Like, how did they get there?
They knew that they had taken, they knew that they had taken somebody to, this was, I guess I kind of merged two different things. So that news report was, and that's a question that I have too. Like, I don't know if there was another roommate or if it was one of the surviving roommates that we know about. But this was what that news report was one of the people that survived was taken to the hospital for injuries that morning. And I think it was before I don't know, obviously the news people were there. So
I
obviously
don't know. I think it's a little, I mean, I'm not questioning you personally, but it's a little hard for me to believe that's true. If like, I've researched this case so deeply. I've never come across it, but I'm willing to say I'm wrong if I'm wrong, but I just would want to check it out.
I know that rumor was born from that news report because somebody who claimed to know a nurse that worked at the ER seen those guys. And I was in that room when they were talking about that, and I was dying laughing. I said, somebody needs to report that nurse's name so she can get fired and lose her license.
You were in the room when what was happening?
They were talking about what you're talking about.
In like a chat room.
Right.
Oh,
the
guy.
They took that little snippet of that news report and they built it into, oh, I know somebody that works at the hospital that knows a nurse that treated it. Yeah, it goes deep and it's a crock of shit. That's all I got to say about that.
The report that I'd heard was there's actually video of, and I heard I think I heard two guys, men, I'll call them. I hate to call, it's so hard for me to call 21-year-olds men, but they are men,
Right,
two young men at the hospital. But the news report was about a survivor. Did you ever look into somebody? Was there somebody else like either staying there or the sixth roommate or something? Did you ever look into that? Either of you ladies because there was the other person on the lease.
It was never, oh yeah, there was another person on the lease, yes, who was not there that night.
Oh, okay. So you know that for a fact there was not another person there, because what was that news lady reporting on about one of the survivors? One of the girls, I don't know if they used the sex of the person. Maybe I just filled that blank in. But one of the survivors from the house got taken to the hospital.
Possibly because she passed out.
No, with injuries. It wasn't about the person that passed out from shock. It was with injuries.
Oh, I don't know about that, but you know what? I'm going to get closing up very soon, but I want to, and if you guys want to stay around to comment on this, and thank you so much for being up here for the discussion. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I just want to close up watching this little bit from, I like this little clip from CNN that features Cece Moore and how she talks about how the kind of work that she does should be used in a criminal case.
Well, I'm going to jump off and thank you, ladies.
Okay,
it's nice to meet
Truth
you.
Exposed. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming up, sweetheart.
You're
I appreciate
welcome.
you.
And I can't see her
what we
name.
learned.
I'm sorry. I mean to do that.
I can't see her.
Sunny Spirit. Yes.
It's nice to meet you too, Sunny.
Nice to meet you too. Thanks, ladies. You too.
Awesome. Thanks for coming up. Okay.
And arrested. That's what we learned when the affidavit of probable cause was unsealed in Idaho court this week. Investigators had found a leather knife sheath on the bed of one of the victims. They found a DNA sample on the button of the sheath. This and the cell phone records tracing his whereabouts capped the many weeks-long investigation that included narrowing down which white Hyundai Elantra had been captured on videos in the neighborhood of the house where the killings took place. A Washington State University officer then located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra in an apartment complex parking lot. The owner's driver's license information and photograph were consistent with a surviving roommate's description of the masked suspect's height and build and bushy eyebrows. Additionally, 5 days after the murders, the suspect had obtained a new license plate for his car. The car was located at the suspect's family residence in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. CNN has reported he was under surveillance and he was seen cleaning his car inside and out using surgical gloves and depositing trash in the wee hours in a neighbor's garbage can. On December 27, Pennsylvania law enforcement discovered that trash and sent it to the Idaho State Lab for DNA testing. The very next day, the lab was able to match a DNA profile obtained from the trash as all but assured as being from the biological father to a person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath. As the document states, at least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Joining me now is CeCe Moore, head of genetic genealogy services for Parabon Nanolabs law enforcement unit, which has made more than 200 successful identifications of violent criminals. She's not worked the Idaho case. She stars in the documentary series The Genetic Detective, now streaming on ABC, and she has worked on all 10 seasons of the PBS television documentary series Finding Your Roots with Henry Louis Gates Jr. CeCe, thank you for being here. What does this mean? Single source of male DNA, which I'm reading from the affidavit.
It means there were no other DNA detected on that, meaning sometimes you can have a mixture. You can have multiple people's DNA. You want to have single source DNA if at all possible, because that really just ties that one person to that item. Now, it was likely that this was touch DNA. Certainly it's possible there was blood. They didn't tell us what type of DNA, but most likely it was touch DNA. And that would typically be just a few skin cells. This might have been a very small amount of DNA, but because of today's technological advances, we can detect even the tiniest bit of DNA.
How reliable is touch DNA if it is skin cells in comparison to, say, blood?
It's a great question. It is more transferable. So of course you would like to have blood, you would like to have semen or saliva, and they might. They haven't shown all their cards. We don't know all that they have. But touch DNA, now that we can use it because of the sensitivity of our equipment, it also means you have to be more cautious about using DNA as your only evidence. So it's a really positive thing that they clearly have other evidence. This is just one piece of it. We have seen touch DNA transfer in other cases. Of course, it's fairly rare, but it is something that you have to be aware of and make sure that there are other aspects of the case also pointing at the same person.
CeCe, good news, I guess. It's hard to commit murder without leaving something behind.
That's right. Yeah, I've been saying this for weeks. That type of violent, intimate crime, it is virtually impossible not to leave something behind, even if you are a criminology PhD student. So I am not at all surprised they were able to find something. Even if he tried hard not to leave something, you still would. And that is great news, because what it means is that anyone who perpetrates this type of crime in the future should be aware that they will be identified. They will be caught. There really is no reason that we should see serial killers, serial rapists moving forward. This guy, potentially could have become a Ted Bundy or even a Zodiac, not identified 50 years later. But because of the DNA technology, the advances that we're seeing, both in investigative genetic genealogy and the ability to use tiny amounts of DNA, we can identify someone, whether they are in the law enforcement database or not.
CeCe, the cases that you have cracked, for which you have become famous, are the cases that necessitate you putting together, in connection with a private lab, a very complicated family history, family tree, and tracing back cousins and generations. That doesn't seem to be what took place here.
Well, I don't think we can reach that conclusion yet. Investigative genetic genealogy is simply a tip. It's a lead generator. It should never be used as evidence against a suspect. And so it is proper that it would have been left out of the affidavit, in my opinion, because it should not form the basis of an arrest warrant. And so even though they didn't put it in there, I don't think we can rule it out. We don't know whether it was what initially identified him as a person of interest, and then they looked more closely at that tip about the car, or it could have gone the other way, where they identified him through that tip about the car, and at the same time, they were working on the genetic genealogy and may have built his family tree to see if it was consistent with what they were seeing. I have done that in some cases. If there are persons of interest, you can very quickly rule them out or potentially not be able to exclude them, which is what would have happened in this case. Maybe they could have connected him to one or more of those matches, maybe a second, third, fourth cousin, and said, look, you know, this is somebody who is a strong person of interest. So I think there's still a lot for us to learn on what happened here. I do think it is highly likely that an advanced private outside lab was used, at least somehow in this case. You know, we've all been hearing whispers of this. There's been lots of leaks that investigative genetic genealogy was used. So I do think that they were at least trying to, or in the process of doing so.
And you make a great point. They of course don't have to put in this affidavit of probable cause. They, the prosecutors, all that they have. CeCe Moore, that was tremendous. I thank you as always.
I'm coming back. Sorry. All right, I was just putting a load of laundry in. So, all right, so there you have it. And there, CeCe Moore gets the final word on how the strength of genetic genealogy, touch DNA, and the role that it should play in a criminal case. So, wow, that was a long live. Dang, I wasn't expecting that long. Oh yeah, I love Emily Baker. She's wonderful. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, all right, guys. So again, I'm going to end this. I think we said enough tonight, right? But thank you so much for everyone who's on panel. Double R, Justice A through Z, or Jazz, Sunny Spirit, Truth Exposed. Thank you so much. And thank you for contributing your expertise to the discussion. I really appreciate that. And gosh, am I missing anyone else? I don't know. But some of you people have been with us the whole, oh my God, like 4.5 hours. So thank you so much for being here. And congratulations to all of you new members. And thank you so much to Sarcasm for Fun for gifting so many of those memberships. And there's going to be a members live on Tuesday evening, and we are going to be discussing some of the more deep dive insider information that I like to only talk about members live pertaining to the Idaho case. And I didn't even notice, Turquoise. I'm just glad you're here. I know I've done that before where I'm chatting way behind the actual live stream. There is a lot of paranoia, isn't there, Stephanie? Is someone accusing you of being an old count? Oh my gosh. That's funny. Awesome. Good. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. So, well, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Look out for some more videos that will be coming out this weekend, and definitely more live streams. And I appreciate all of you guys. So everybody, please stay safe. Lock your windows, lock your doors. It's just a good practice. And please remember that life is hard for all of us, and we all have enough trouble. So please always be kind to one another. And most of all, please be kind to yourself, because I know that you deserve it for sure. You deserve it. You definitely do. All right. So everybody, please take care. And remember that we, ultimately do this because discussion among human beings about these issues of interest to us is a normal and healthy thing. And also for justice for the victims. And we pray for a greater sense of peace, insanity, and quality of life for the victims' families, because I just can't imagine what they're going through. Everybody, please take care. Bye, guys. Everyone have a good night.